Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the inaugural Strutties Australian Pasifika Touch Cup here at Bill Norris Oval. Today's first game is between the Cook Islands and Samoa. Welcome to everyone across the Pasifika to today's event. We hope you all enjoy it. I'm joined by my guest commentator, the great Ryan Eppendeepa.
Morning, Gary. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Beautiful day, beautiful conditions to start off the inaugural Strutties Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. Should be a good feature between these two teams. Look across and we can see a star-studded cast. I think all teams are pretty well stacked, as they call it, in the touch community. It should be a good showcase all for these 2 days that we have of touch football. We're also joined up in the commentary by men's open player Michael Rasmussen. Michael, how are you?
Yeah, not bad. Excited Samoa get to be out here in round one.
Yep.
I didn't play with the draw or anything, so but we're going to open this event up pretty well, I reckon.
Have you had a bit to do with this women's open team that's about to take the field?
Not too much. I've been focusing on our men's team, so they're coached by Pucky, very experienced coach up at the Metro Cup, Storm. I'm sure he's got these girls ready to go. They touched us up a little bit in our captain's run yesterday, but we've got a bit of work to do before we run out there today.
And can you tell us, Michael, some of the stars to look out for in this Samoan side?
Oh, look, you can't go past number 7, Jatea, NRLW Titans player. She's joining us, coming back. She played in the 2019 World Cup with Samoa open mixed team. Finished 4th place over there in Malaysia, so she's coming with a lot of experience. She's actually tapping off now.
And that's a great effort, isn't it? 4th place in a World Cup for such a young touch footballing nation.
Oh, 100%. I think for a little bit there, we were ranked top number 1 Samoan actual team in the world. So, but that obviously got quickly topped off by our Tour Samoa in the last Rugby League World Cup.
And so can you just tell the viewers a little bit about this event? You're the brains behind it. Can you just tell us why you put it together and what it means to these countries?
Oh, look, it was a no-brainer. We got a World Cup in England next year. We got a South Pacific Games in the Solomon Islands at the end of this year in November. And we needed a platform that we could put on here in Australia for the Pasifika people living here to come here and play an event that will get them noticed by their teams. But look at this, Anne-Marie taking off down the sideline. But yeah, just an event for them to come together and put themselves in front of the World Cup coaches in their countries.
Yeah, and it's great that you've got the backing of these 4 nations. It looks like they've all come ready to play and also fielding very, very strong sides.
Oh, yeah, and I think we'll see something here from the Cook Islands as well. No, that's all right. Oh, they got a penalty. Look, Joanne, the delegate from Cook Islands, definitely told me. I think 22 of their players or 23 of their players flew up from Sydney on Thursday night. So they come here to win it. And saw them training yesterday, and I think it's going to be a very clinical Pacific tournament, that's for sure.
And you've got the Berrymans in there, a very renowned family name from Sydney, from the Hornsby area, with the likes of Harry Berryman and Put Berryman. They've been very successful in the New South Wales State Cup comps with Hornsby, and also Edith Nathan, the coach, has a great record in the Sydney competitions.
Yeah, I mean, have a look at both the men's and the women's Berrymans throughout there. They're a true icon of Pacific. When you say Pacific, we love to bring family members to earth, and the Berrymans are dominating both team lists. Here goes Samoa down the link there.
Oh, it could be a try.
Go inside, and that looks like a try.
Not bad.
So Logan.
Not bad. Logan scoring up. First try scorer for the Pasifika event.
And as we know, if there is a draw, the first try scorer in this event wins the game, as we don't want to have any draws due to the ladder. So that is a massive start for Samoa.
Huge, and not being biased up here, but that's what we want to see.
And no, you are right, Gary. So the way it's structured is if there is a draw in the round games, We will go down to the first team that scored. We'll take that win. And the rules will be modified coming into the finals where we will go into a drop-off.
Yeah, that's all due to the time restrictions we have and our live stream platform. But, of course, as you said, Ryan, come grand final time, we will be having the drop-offs. And wouldn't it be great to see one of them in a grand final?
Well, you always love a drop-off,
There we
Gary.
go, little ML here.
And that's just great defence there by the try scorer, Logan. Cook Islands are really going through some good attacking sets here. They're throwing everything at the Samoan team, and the Samoans are doing well to hold them out.
Little trail back, didn't quite get there. Okay, here goes Logan. She's still out there. It's a try scorer. She must be fit. Must be very fit.
Well, it is hot out there, so let's see if she lasts the day.
It is very hot conditions. I think
Tell you what, you won't catch me out there that long.
I think I lost about 5 kilos just from 6 a.m. to now.
Cook Islands get up there in their face. Not bad.
And that's very good defense from Cook Islands, keeping them to 5 touch just over halfway as Samoa's running it down to their side of the sub box.
And another important thing that's happened today here too, Michael, is Lee Rosso from the Sharks has helped you out with getting all the referees together. And, of course, these events can't be run professionally without the help of those guys. And I think the local communities all around have rallied together to make sure this event's as good as it can be.
Oh, mate, Lee's done a hell of a job. I think the hardest thing about any event is to get the commitment from referees. And, you know, we thought once we got the commitment, we'd put him in a pretty pink. And so we can't miss them out there. But, mate, I think they're going to really set this tournament to a high level. And we're really excited to keep this up, the high-level touch here for the Pacific.
And if this is a success, Michael, is it going to be a yearly event? Is that the plan from the organisers?
Oh, look, I think it's a no-brainer. We needed a platform here in Australia for this. And here we are. This first game here, Samoa and Cook Islands, you know, already showing clinical things out there. I think there's both teams, few little errors here at the start, but over this next few days, they're going to really lift up the standard of this touch.
As Cook Island here is just working their way to the box, getting some more troops on by the third touch. They're just at halfway. 4th touch coming, settling into the middle of the field for the 5th and last.
Little counties.
They'd like a try here, wouldn't they?
Oh, great pass.
Good touch.
Yeah, that's also great defence. Met well there by number 11, Delaney.
She's a young girl, Delaney too. Her sister is also on the side, Caitlin Arfwalk as well, number 2. So yeah, Delaney, when I saw her name on the team list, what an achievement to be a part of this.
And how old was she, Michael?
I'd have to come back to you on that. I think she's 16 or 17, so only young.
Wow, that's great.
Cook Island get a repeat set here on the first
Little
touch.
punish.
And just, yeah, with great hands there on the wing.
And we do have to remember this must be a proud moment for all these players actually getting to represent their country.
Oh, look, when we set out to create this event, it was it had to be endorsed. You had to be the endorsed nation, otherwise we couldn't. There had to be the affiliation back to the motherland. As you know, you're not in a national side unless you're blessed by your motherland. And I think everyone's done a good job, Niue, PNG, Samoa and Cook Islands, to create the pathway for these players that we much needed here.
And there's a few girls from the Cook Islands whose names I remember, and that's the Hollywell Samuels sisters. They played a few years ago in a Gold Coast for the Gold Coast Premier League Women's in a side coached by Dave Marr. Very good players in their own rights.
Yeah, I mean, just star squatted all over there, aren't they? They've just got a good team across that paper, lineups.
Absolutely, Michael. And Samoa get a penalty about 15 out from Cook Island's line, so they're just going to have a great crack at the line, which is they're kind of their first attacking set on the line, and they've been unlucky to have a ball down. So Cook Island will again run their subset and get some more troops on.
Let's see what they can do here.
Now the score is 1-0 to Samoa, so it's still a tight game, and just over 6 minutes to go in the half.
Oh, look, I think that nerve. Oh, not a bad. That's the Pacific that we like to see. The refs don't like it, but we don't mind it up here.
Play on, sir. Play on. Let the girls play.
And so, Michael, the rules have been modified slightly, so they're 15-minute halves.
Yeah, correct. We wanted to keep the streamers excited about this event. you know, obviously at a World Cup and that, you can't just go and ask them to drop the time. But I think for this event, we want to keep it exciting, we want to keep it fast. And we want the players to put, you know, blow it right out. And I think over the years to come, it will go back to 20-minute halves. But we'll start here and let's put on a spectacle for the weekend. Here we go. Let's see what they're going to do here.
And this is just number 3, Coco, just controlling the players around. Ooh, and she tries to thread it through the defense, but she does get her team another penalty, which will give them another set of 6 on the line here, so it should be good.
Eden made a huge judgment call to jump in there, didn't she? She left that winger open. Lucky the Cook Islands didn't pick that off there. I think when we see Ash Quinlan out there tomorrow, I don't think she'll miss those opportunities.
Yeah, well,
sure.
She really does keep defenses on their toes.
Let's see if Samoa can hold them out here.
I'd like to see a try. I'd like to see the scores levelled before half-time.
Yeah, they have spent a lot of time on Samoa's line. Samoa has been defending quite a bit this half, but they have been showing. So that's the second penalty now. One more penalty, and one of the Samoan girls will be sitting on the sideline. So let's see if Cook Island can either take advantage of this repeat set or get another penalty to...
Yeah, it's good defence. Smart play, but just running a quickie on the first touch. Not much, it's a percentage play, not much risk factor to it.
Yeah, let's see. Look, I think the nerves might be still out there with 11 minutes in, but I'm sure we'll see something here.
Second touch, brave.
Got to get rid of it.
One lucky there with the pass, just coming a bit short, and Samoa's done well to defend that. That's 2 repeat sets on the line. So they'll be working it towards their box, I'd assume, to get more troops on.
They were probably a little bit impatient then, weren't they, boys?
Yeah.
Cook Island's going for the big play on the second touch.
Oh, look, I remember playing Origin this year, and I reckon Dave Sinetti would have absolutely floored me for that one. You don't do that on touch one. Oh.
There's a bit of gridiron going on out there in the last couple of touches.
We'll have to...
That's good. Samoa will get a penalty.
They might have to mic me up to the refs next game. Hey, forward pass, take it back. We'll create our own little bunker here this weekend.
Nah, as I like to say, let them play, ref. Forward passes and all, tackle, a bit of tackle in there, let them play.
So now it's Samoa's turn to go on the attack. Let's see if they can come up with something.
Oh, just misplacing her feet there.
Again, another young girl. I think she could even still be at school.
Talia.
Yeah. Played in the rugby league for Samoa as well. Been a part of QSCA for a long time as well. So, yeah, she'll come with a bit here. She'll come for a little quickie game.
I think there's a foot in the ruck there.
Got to control that ball.
Oh, they've just been unlucky attacking the Cook Islands line here. I think they haven't had a full set of 6 every time it's been cut short with a penalty. We'll see if they can make that adjustment over the half and come out.
Yeah, for sure. Here we go.
And just get a full set.
Oh.
Ooh, there has been...
Another repeat.
Okay, so we've got 2.5 minutes till half-time. Can the Cook Islands get one here?
Yeah, Marie in the middle here. Strutty's worker. Been a part of actually started as Strutty's ambassador. Now she's joined the team. Alongside her sister Shantae, who was meant to be here today as well.
And her brother's working there as well. It's starting to become, we might have to change the name to Ratu's rather than Strutty.
Ooh, and this is a great touch by Letitia.
Oh, tight.
In Samoa, that could be a 50-50 call there by the ref, and they've given the touch. So, again, Samoa coming in with some good defence. But Cook Island...
I like how you did that, Ryan. You know, obviously Strutty's a major sponsor of this event, and Gary nearly changed the name to Ratu. So you took over there, and I'm sure Ross watching back at home, he will appreciate that.
Well, it's going to be Saunders before it's Ratu. So.
And look, Samoa's just managed to hold them out once again. Great defence there.
If I was coaching the Cook Island side, I'd like the play to be spread out a little more. They're going a little bit static in the middle, and the Samoan defence is just crowding the ball, and the opportunities just aren't opening up. So I'd like to see a bit more running on the line and a bit more movement to get this Samoan defence moving laterally.
Yeah.
Now we're at minute 9 now. I'll tell you when. Hold thumbs up. Can the Cook Islands do it? A minute to go here in the first half.
Let's see if someone can have a scoop, Ryan, about 15 out before the defence gets set.
I think they're playing the static game a bit too much. Here we go. Scooting out here. see what Samoa can do here.
As they work the ball away from their box, coming into touch 3, I believe it is.
Interesting to do that 30 seconds ago, running away set.
Yeah, normally when you have 30 seconds and you try to go coast to coast, you just try and pin it and get the ball down there as fast as possible. If you can get a penalty on that 5th and last, you can have one more crack, but
not a bad set. It's not a bad set.
It's not a bad set at all.
Gives the Cook Islands 10 seconds to get one. That's probably 3 touches. I think they're home at Samoa with a 1-0 lead.
As we come into the half.
And there we have it in the background.
Half time.
Last play. What can they come up with?
Bit of a show and go there, and that's just, again, shut down by the Samoans as we go into the halftime with the score being 1-0 to Samoa.
Great defensive half from Samoa.
It actually was, yeah, and they with the score being 1-0, it's actually surprising if you watch or remember that first half. They didn't get much time down at Cook Islands line, and they still managed to score, be up by 1 going into half. So they've done well actually in this half. I still think that Cook Islands they're sort of building their attack well, and they could crack that defense coming in the second half. But no, it'd be good. It'd be good to see it leading in for a good second half here. It's a nice, close and tight game.
Talking about with their teams out here today at the halftime.
Well, Edith's a pretty smart coach, so I think that she's going to be saying that she wants a little bit more ball movement. As I said before, I think they're a little bit static, and with the Samoan team only getting together for probably 1 training session, I think they're making it a little bit easy for their defence at the moment. So I would try and get a bit more of a running game in so they can isolate the defenders, and the likes of the Holloway Samuels and also the Berrymans can take advantage and go one-on-one with the Samoan defenders.
Yeah, for sure. I think they have to. They have to change something. Look, they're getting down the park, and now how do they execute? I suppose that's what the coach is scratching his head on, how they're going to execute. But I'm sure with their experience in that coaching box, they should be able to put it together to change how they're going to finish those sets out. Look at the coach having a chat to the refs.
Just speaking on the refs a bit, they are kitted out in some bright pink or some fuchsia colours. It is good. Michael, seeing as you are, what was the sort of method behind designing their uniforms?
Oh, why not? Pink referees in the NRL, pink refs were touched. I think their uniforms at the Nationals is pink as well, so I think it just works. They never clash with the Pacific colours then.
That's
so
good.
It sort of works well. Here we go, yeah, tap off here.
And can you tell us a bit about the designs? Obviously, Struddies has done all the gear for the nations. Can you tell us about who helped design them and what the concept was behind them all?
Oh, look, I was waiting for this bit when Gary Sonder plugged himself in here. Who else but you, mate? Most knowledge out of anyone in this game of custom teamwear, been in the game, X-Blades, Inferno, Strutties now. You know, you've been doing this for a long time. You've played at every level of touch there is, and, you know, look at them. You know, no one's stopped commenting about how good these designs look. And when you add that Pacific cultural artwork to it with the meaning, I mean, it just sells it. It just sells it.
And it was Dean Young, is that correct? That's
yeah, let's
put
plug him in.
Together.
Let's plug him in. Dean, if you're watching at home, I'm sure you are, running after your 3 kids. But, mate, you'd be proud of what these look like out on this kit. He even actually designed the logo. We gave him the nations. We gave him the name. He came up with the brain.
You know what? I'm surprised Dean Young's not out here playing for Indigenous.
Oh, here's a chance.
And here we go. Oh, and that's just
Sally.
Good shut
Sally
down there by
in.
Sally coming in to shut down off that wing there. But that's great ball movement there from Cook Islands.
Oh, she's got her. Oh,
Six again.
repeat.
Six
You could be
again.
lucky to get a 6 again here. Let's just see what the refs decide to do. No, they've said that that's a ball down. So Samoa have come up with a good defensive effort again, and they're working it towards their box.
So straight away we saw the Cook
no.
Islands. We saw the Cook Islands then using ball movement as opposed to the static, and they opened them up twice in 2 touches. So obviously Edith Naden has sent them out with that instruction, and they look like a whole new team on that last set of
do.
6.
You know, I think one thing people get really wrong in touch too is that link has to set the width of the field. And they did that pretty well in that last set. Players still coming on here, let that ball play down a little bit, but they're out there now. Let's see what they can come up with.
You know, Samoa's defended, this is their 3rd set within about 2 minutes defending their line. When they try to work their way out of the box, they've actually lost the ball.
They've got the numbers. Try.
And that's a great link hole there.
Oh, there it is.
And a great
There
try
it is.
there, and it's opened up. And they've just been chopping away at that play for 3 sets now, and they've just come away with that.
So they've gone 4-on-3 rather than the static play, and I don't know if...
The Cook Islands leveling the score 1-1. Samoa 1, Cook Islands 1.
I don't know if you noticed, Ryan, but I'm actually linked to the Cook Island box, and I was feeding that information to Edith Nathan at halftime.
Oh, don't
You know
put
what,
that out there.
I think she might have the live stream up because what you've been saying, she's just taken that on her back and just relayed that to the players. So good on you guys for that.
Okay, so it is very important to note that while the score is 1-1, Samoa still technically leads as they have scored the first try.
Yeah, got to get that right. And you don't want to, when you're going into a top 2 final, you can't drop these games. So I'm sure the Cook Islands want to defend this and get out quick and execute at the end of this set.
Last touch here.
Jataya steps
good
around.
feed.
She'll run.
Here's a chance.
Oh, it's a 2-on-1.
Oh, she'll
Can they finish this in the corner? And they can.
Delaney.
Nice.
Delaney. There we are.
There you go. So Jataya, the one we talked about at Tap Off Michael, put on a little bit of fancy footwork then, Ryan, to beat 2 defenders.
She did. And an important
score 2-1.
An important thing to note too, Gaz, is that they haven't spent much time up on Cook Island's line, and they've capitalised on the 2 or 3 times that they have. And so that's really good to note that they do take their chances of visiting that Cook Island line. So let's see if Cook Island can bounce back here with a strong reply.
They'd be a bit disappointed, Cook Islands, wouldn't they? They took close to 20 minutes to score, and then they've let Samoa straight back into it.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's good. You know, you see most teams not be able to go back and fix after a little bit of a negative. But here we go, long ball here.
It's all gone 4-on-3, which I think is probably the right play. Just got to get that final pass correct.
I think she'll fix that over this tournament, or if she gets another shot in this game, I'm sure she'll put it where she needs it.
Absolutely. As Samoa work their way off their try line to get some more troops on now as they come working on 3rd touch.
Just come on for a little latch, not a bad. Ooh, unlucky there. Unlucky there. Ooh.
And they have been unlucky coming off their line, Samoa, even though they are leading this game.
Oh, a little bit of back chat there, Ryan, which we always like to see in these games.
We do. You know a bit about back chat, don't you, guys? The refs are always you're always the ref's best friend, hey, when you play, hey, guys.
30 years I've helped him,
yep,
and I still haven't been upgraded yet.
I'm sure Mitch Alexandra, watching this from Palm Beach Touch, he'll back you there, Ryan, for that one on Gary Sonder. And there we go. She got in there.
Oh no, Letitia, I believe, has just come through with another clutch touch, as they call it.
Yeah, she comes with a lot of experience, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's been in the game for for a while now.
So Anne-Marie here. No, they didn't go to the
three
punish.
again.
Long
Winger.
ball here.
Oh,
Oh, just a bit too late. Had to throw
geez,
that
that
earlier.
opened up, didn't it? The winger came flying in there. She just needed to release that a little sooner.
Look, and that's Eden Yandel out there on the wing. She also comes with experience. She played in the 2015 World Cup with Samoa. Wasn't a winger back then. I think she was in the links there.
Oh, no, they've just had a miscommunication there, and on the roll ball.
Some might call that a coach killer, Ryan.
You would call that a coach killer, but you know what? They do back their line defense, and they are doing a great job. And I know it's not ideal to say that, we'd back our line defense, but
Ooh.
I might have given them the commentator's curse here.
Should we go to the bunker there?
Look, no, because it is Samoa playing. I reckon she did get her, but in other games...
Look, if Michael wasn't here, I'd say that the score should be 2-2, but let's play on, hey? Let the girls play.
Letitia.
And they come off with a sweeper play here.
She's tried to run the note.
And she's through. She's got to find someone now, and that's just
look at Cook
great
Island
work
leveling
there.
the score again.
Coco Masters, she has been peppering this Samoan line for the last 15, 20 minutes, and she's finally come through with the goods. She looks like one of the most dangerous players for the Cook Islands, and we're back to 2-2.
Absolutely. Let's see if Samoa can come back with a strong reply coming off their line.
That levels the scores again at 2-2. Cook Islands 2, Samoa 2.
Here we go. Samoa back on the attack now. And remember, a try here would be big for the Samoans because they've got that first try in their back pocket.
Absolutely, and a diving touch there on the fourth.
Great defence.
Plus, great defence. Now, you'd want to build momentum off this, wouldn't you guys? With just scoring and defending them. Coming off your line now as they work on to touch 2, getting troops on.
Kind of think that the Cook Islands might have the more experienced players out here, Ryan. So in this last 6.5 minute, maybe a couple of them can really start to shine.
100%, and that's what you want. When it gets down, when it's a close game like this, you do want your leaders on the field to sort of step up and take control as we go here. And the ball has been fired, and they have been answered with that 6 again. So let's see if they can capitalise on this 6 to go.
Thought that would have been a great opportunity to scoop short side then. They dragged them one side of the field, but they ended up ball playing to the short side then. They got the 6 again, so here's a chance with the Cook Islands on the attack again.
And that one adjustment of now attacking them with that 4-on-3 setup has just been everything. And they are running the punish, and it has been defended well by Samoa. And Cook Island they're taking chances on every play, which is good to see. They're not keeping it in the middle of the park anymore as they were doing in the first half, and it is starting to open up the defense a bit more as they run more sweepers and 4-on-3, and you should be looking at a try there.
Ball is down, yes, good call from the referee.
And that is a good call from the referee.
They have got a lot more ball, the Cook Islands, and now they've gone ahead 3-2.
Cook Islands strike again. Puts them in front, 3-2.
And, this doesn't reflect on Samoa's defense because they have been defending most of this game, and you're just going to get that. When teams are just having repetitive cracks on your line, they are bound to score with just chipping away at the defense.
Well, you mentioned before, Ryan, they haven't had much luck coming off their own lines.
No, they haven't.
And that's forced them to, the field position hasn't been great, and it's given the Cook Islands a lot of opportunities.
Yes, and opportunities to correct sort of where... Ooh, and that's a great diving effort there.
I think she might have just been short of the line there.
A bit too early. Really hit back there, Samoa. Cook Islands get it out. Yeah, this is better from Cook Islands. They'll come in for a nice latch here. They'll latch this while they get their players on. Probably had to look up there. Let's see what they can do at the back of the set.
They're just coming over halfway here, Cook Islands. Coming into 5th and last here.
Play on there. Oh, no. Nope, touch half.
Good
Nearly.
set of 6, but they've completed that set of 6. Now, the important thing to think about here, guys, is while the Cook Islands lead 3-2, if Samoa get one back, they effectively go to the lead with the first try rule. So
that's absolutely correct, Gary.
Yeah, Cook Islands have to try and get a 2-point lead if they can to cut that out of the picture.
And that's good. This might be exactly what they needed, a little piggyback going into their line, and that just comes from good hard rucking, catching the Cook Islands on the back foot.
Yeah, Letitia tapping it off there for them.
Do you know much about Letitia, Michael? You said before she's a very experienced player.
Oh, look, she's been around the touch world in Samoa for a long time. She played with Waddy O'Brien as well in the men's team. Unfortunately, Waddy got ruled out this morning, not cleared from the physio yet. He's still recovering.
Oh, wow, a little show and go there from Ella.
Bit of miscommunication.
Ella Watkins. Just with a little show and go there.
Wow.
Creating something out of nothing as she just drifted across field, showed it a bit and went, and just catching Chantel there on the Cook Island, just off her toes, just not paying attention to that play, and Samoa just crept through. But Cook Islands do get another chance to answer back with just under 3 minutes to go in this half.
Yes, and with 3 minutes to go, the Cook Islands must score to win, while Samoa just have to defend this lead.
And they run a sweeper here on the line. Oh, and that's a great touch there, I believe, from that link coming up.
And I'm really liking numbers, Ryan. I think when that sweeper comes round, maybe she can look to do the sweeper and throw the cutout. You notice that the Samoan winger is in a long, long way out there.
And she could get a penalty here, yes, and she does. And, you know, they are creating opportunities, Cook Island here. They've been getting a lot of repeat sets, so let's see if they can turn one of them into a try.
Here's a chance. Got her. Oh, good defence. So, 2 minutes left on the clock. What have we got here? They're going static again.
Was they make a interchange there with Coco coming on. She set up the last try, so let's see if she can get in there and
they've got another repeat set here. I think that's 2, Ryan. So the Samoans need to be careful. Otherwise, they'll drop down to 5 players here. And with a minute and a half to go, you don't want to be doing that against this lineup. No, you
definitely don't want to.
So Coco Masters looks like the go-to here. She's been sent on by the coach. Quick punish play. Smart play. It's early touches.
Just over a minute left here, Gary. If you were the coach, what would you be saying? Where it's easy to sort of get desperate and ask for a hero play.
Here's the sweeper now. Sweeper winger. Boom. There it is.
Oh, unlucky there with the hands. It's just come off her chest there. Unlucky.
Well, that was the play we called for.
And Gaz, I think you're either working with some eyes in the future, or you have got a secret mic down there with Edith, the coach of the Cook Islands, who's very experienced, but you both seem to be thinking alike. So,
no, well, Edith would have been watching and seen that open up on that side, so I'm sure she's just sent her players on to run that play, and unfortunately they haven't executed it. If Samoa's smart here, they'll just try and end it at the other end, but what a great set from the Cook Islands, stopping her at halfway, giving themselves 25 seconds to get a try.
That is a fantastic defensive effort, stopping them at halfway with 20 seconds to go, as they're now running off to get more troops on and fresh legs coming in, attacking Samoa's
Not sure I would have subbed then. Here we go. We got one touch, I reckon. Dish and scoop. Here we go. Last play. Oh,
with
the
2
Hooters
seconds.
Gonna beat him. Here it is. Last play of the day. Oh no, she's called no touch, and it's a try on the Hooter.
Wow, and this is just great work from Cook Islands here.
That's it, all wrapped up.
Wow, watch this. They're in perfect position here, Ella, but just fails to make the touch. And what great sportsmanship there.
Now, I'm not sure if the...
Dallas, try to do the Hooter, you didn't do it.
No, I'm not sure if the refs have...
And
we've just had a bit of... We've just had a bit of complication up here where the Hooter's actually gone off, and I don't think that the on-field refs have heard it. And so we're just trying to signal down there. Now, this is the last play, Gary, so...
Well, that was quite lucky then.
That was quite lucky, and Cook Island have just done an incredible job to bounce back there and score with what was on the hooter, but because that little misunderstanding, they have had a 10-second pocket there to play on.
What a great game, but we had 1-0 at halftime.
Yeah,
was it
was
Ryan?
1-0 at halftime.
We've come out and we've seen 3 tries. Samoa 2 tries, and the Cook Islands came in with 4 tries. So I think that the brilliance of Edith Nathan in the coaching box probably got them home yet, and just a few of the senior players stepped up and got the job done for Cook Islands.
That's exactly right, Gary. And
we're just watching a few replays here of the tries in what was a great first game for this tournament.
It definitely was. And
yeah, that ball slicing through.
And it's real important to note that, you know, even though Samoa was coming up with some real great defensive efforts earlier on and throughout this game, that Cook Island just didn't stop creating and didn't stop having their cracks with the opportunities that they were given. And when you do that, you tend to open up the defense a bit more, and you start to see a bit of light at the end of the tunnel, which Cook Island did, and they ended up coming away with that 4-3 win.
Well, 30 minutes is a long time, isn't it, Ryan? And you get plenty of cracks. So I think one thing the Cook Islands did really well then was be patient. They knew that they had the players to keep getting them to the try line and giving them cracks. And here goes Ella scoring that try. It was, you know, she's got to keep her head up, obviously, that last try, but her try that she scored really brought them back into the game and gave them a shot at winning in the first place.
Absolutely, Garrett. So we're going to take a quick break here before we get on with our next feature of our second women's game, which will be Niue versus PNG.
Well, welcome back, viewers. And this game is Niue versus Papua New Guinea in the Women's Open Division. Ryan, as a PNG former men's player, can you start by going through a bit of the team list for us?
Oh, definitely can. We've got from 1 to 16. We've got now a lot of these women's open players. We'll call them women's open, but a lot of these women's players have been around the game for a while, with a lot of their parents actually playing for PNG. So they've come through the system well, and now they're having a chance to crack in there. We've got, starting at 1, we've got Latani Brihat, Gemma Shadbolt. Now, Gemma's actually coming off a real good campaign of rugby league, rugby union as well. She's pretty skilled with football in general. Now, just as I was explaining that, we've got the game starting. So we've got Niue having the first crack on the line here.
Oh, they've
with
come
Tay
out flying.
Bates going
Here's
back
a
to the
chance.
short side, and they do have a chance.
Wow, great start from Niue. And as we said, Ryan, first try is all important in these games.
It definitely is. And we see Tay Bates there coming back on the short side.
Little rooster play there.
Yes, and just catching Penina Wilshire creeping in a bit too far in on that wing. Now as PNG are coming off their line. Having their chance to reply here. Gary, as they're coming into 4th touch here, Gaz.
See if you can get him. Okay, PNG on the attack here. Oh, that's down. That's great work there.
And that's a try by Shatali Mooney Stack.
Yeah, and teaming up there with
Angelina Wattago.
very experienced player, yes?
Yes, now Angelina's been a part of this PNG team and the PNG touch football and football community since she was very young. She is one of the staples in the football community, especially in the PNG one. So it's good to see her out here just leading the girls around. It's good to see both teams opening up well with a try for both their opening sets. So it's great to see.
And the PNG coach, Robert, very experienced campaigner. Spent a lot of time with the Southeast Queensland Sharks men's 30s and 40s teams, playing with some great players. So I'm sure he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve and some great knowledge that he's able to share with these girls.
Absolutely. And like you said, one of the beautiful things about a day like this with teams like this, especially when you see a lot of players playing alongside their parents or siblings. Like, for an example, Robert's daughter is actually playing on this team here, Latani. She's on the far left wing here, and he's actually got his son playing on the men's open. So it's real great to see families get out here and come and represent the culture.
And that's the beauty of our sport, isn't it, Ryan? It's for all ages, both sexes, and you can get your family together.
100%, 100%, and the great thing about that is it's not as violent or hard contact as rugby league is. So it's
a bit more friendly on the body. Good defence there from PNG, holding Niue out.
That is good defence. So they'll tap it off on their 5 metre line. Now, Gaz, it is important to note that on these field ones, it is 5 metres. Instead of the normal 7 metres. Yeah,
we've just gone a bit back a step here, just to it's probably due to the ease of the field markings, to be honest, because we are on a rugby league field that we've modified for this event.
That is right, and PNG's just done they've just thrown the footy around to get it up there, and that's great touch there by Niue to stop that try.
Still got one touch up their sleeve here. Speaking of the field, we would like to give a shout out to Mick Breen. He's done a fantastic job in helping Michael get this event together. Oh, what have we got? Great touch there. Yeah, sorry, he's done a great job. He's done it so that the fields haven't been played on for 4 weeks. Everything looks very pristine. We've got all the paint markings on the field, all the lines are marked out, and he's really put together a great venue for this event.
Absolutely. And as we see Niue just getting troops on, and we see Brooke there in the number 6. Jamie there in the number 6.
She's gone through from half.
Oh,
This
she's
touch.
away.
I think she's done
Good
the
on her,
half,
and
but
that
looking
is
for support.
And that is Brooke. And that's
Great
Brooke.
try.
And again, what we see there, guys, is Brooke giving it over to Jamie to score, and that's a sister-sister combination. And like we were saying earlier, that's just great to see. As we see there, Brooke with a bit of a show and go and just using her foot speed to get behind the line there, running into the in goal. And how's this pass? Whoa, look at that. Just to find the sister there. And again, that's 2 sisters that are coming out to play. And also on the Niue team, we've got their mentor and sort of a lady that's been helping them, Ivy Bates. Her daughter, Tay Bates, is also playing as well. And she's one of their strike players that they have for Niue. So like we were mentioning earlier, this is just a great team. Yeah, they've actually got both daughters playing.
And Brooks from the Sharks 27s, and am I right in saying that?
Yes, she did compete in the last NTLs that just went. And we see PNG. Oh, great
straight
footwork
through
there.
again. Here we go.
And Shatali involved in the try again, showing some brilliant footwork just to find the winger there for a try. And it's just been try for try here.
How good. This is what we came to see in it, Ryan.
Absolutely.
Tries.
And both tries are just showcasing brilliant skills and passing from both teams.
Shatalia there. Again, she was another member of Dave Maher's Gold Coast Women's Premier League team. Great player in her own right and still very young. And I'm sure she has a big future ahead of her.
Yep, and we see a penalty given away on that first touch there. I think it was just for a bit of a hard touch.
Probably seems like it's a bit more of an open game than our last one.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think when that's just caught out of half there. I think it's what's good is they're playing some what you'd call expansive footy, so they aren't afraid to throw the ball around. And I think I've just hit them with the commentator's curse there, because as I've said that, PNG have just turned it over, coming out of their line.
You want to play expansive, but maybe not off your own try line.
Yes, that's exactly right, guys. So let's see if Niue can bring in some of that brilliance and add a third try to their score.
Number 7, Tay Bates. She looks like the one that's the organiser in this team, setting up plays as they run a rooster here. But the ref's got him for a forward pass.
Ooh, and that's just unlucky there. That was on their second touch, and PNG are lucky to get away with that. Giving the ball up there on their first touch, trying to get off their line. So they've sort of dodged a bullet, and let's see if they can execute a good subset. And as I've said that, I've given the commentator's curse again.
It must be very slippery out there, Ryan.
It must be either that or I am just... Whatever I'm saying, they're doing the opposite of. So maybe on the next play, I'll say that they don't make it off their line so they can get down to the other end.
All right, let's welcome Michael back to the commentary box. This game has come out, both sides have come out swinging in this, and it's a very quick game.
Mate, very surprising. Both teams very heavily got all their local players from, a lot of players from here up in Queensland.
There's a try.
And that is a great touch there from Ciara. Now, Michael, being a PNG man, I'm sure you're going for PNG in this game as well, aren't you, mate? Yep, sweet. So that's always good to hear.
Oh, look, everyone's waiting for this one, Ryan. But as you know, I've been to Port Moresby, met your dad a few times over there. If you are watching, I'm sure you're laughing when I mentioned Ryan's dad. I've been back to Port Moresby. I got to play in the Pacific Games.
Is Ryan's dad still getting the packet of cigarettes from the servo? Here we go. PNG, they've made it towards the halfway now and still throwing the ball around, which is great. Ryan's checked out for a minute there. But here we go. Let's keep this live stream rolling. Last touch. Scoops through. The ref's caught. Oh, they've called the touch. But a lot more scooping in this game we're seeing than the last game, which is good. It's... the easiest way to get through, isn't it?
100%, Gaz. You're 100% right there. I don't know if you caught before. Tay Bates, the number 7 for Niue, just showcased this absolute perler of a flick pass, which went to the wing, and it just came out of nowhere. So when you're dealing with that sort of skill, it just makes for an entertaining game to watch. As The number
They
7
might
there
have
for
7
Niue.
on here.
I think they've got about 27 on then, Michael.
The refs have let that one slide. We'll have a chat to Lee about that. Hopefully they can count 2 out here for us, the refs. Don't want to see 17 players on the field at one time.
You know what? I think the more players on the field, the better. Just let the girls play.
You know what I think's great? If we look at the screen now, we can see one of the flag bearers from Niue and the support that
But you
they
just
give
love
there.
to see that, don't you guys?
Love
You just
it.
absolutely love to see that. The amount of flags and the amount of memorabilia here from each culture is just outstanding. I mean, I don't know if the cameras can pick it up, but if you just to the left of the Niue's line that they're defending, we have all the tents set up and proudly sponsored by Struddies as well. All the tents that were, and marquees that were brought in today, and you can just see all the different colours for all the different nations. Get down to Bill Norris Oval if you are locally in Brisbane or around the Logan area. Get down. It'll make for a good day of touch football, but also just experiencing, just seeing everyone's culture. It's beautiful to watch. As Niue get a tap, just attacking with about 15 out from the line now. They're coming into the third touch. Let's see what they can create.
4 minutes 30 left on the clock, Ryan. They'd like to score one pretty soon, I'd say.
Absolutely right there, guys. As they're just dragging the PNG defence sideways, and Chloe comes up with a great touch there. Ooh, and they've just lost the ball there. So,
But the flag's still waving, Ryan. That's the important thing. The flag is still
100% that is the important thing. As long as that flag doesn't stop waving.
You know that the Samoans set that flag, out the windows of the cars for the Tour Samoa. They didn't stop flying them. They saw the videos from Mount Druitt out west of Toowoomba and Ipswich. The flags to the Pacific people mean everything.
Look, I'll be honest with you, Mike. I saw so many Samoan flags. I thought that I was Samoan because I started seeing Samoan flags at my own house at one point.
It's quite funny. I am Samoan, but my partner being Maori, she didn't let me put a flag in my house. So I was pretty disappointed. I had to go to parades and quickly steal some of my mates' flags so I could walk down the street with it, but I couldn't bring it home.
I think I speak fluent Samoan now, the amount of flags I saw. And as we see Angela here just driving it for Gemma as she takes off. Brilliant footwork, show and go, and she just gets
got caught up.
touched there by Brooke.
But it's another completed set. It's another completed set, and that's what you need to do in these 30-minute games, and wait for a mistake. And there's one right there.
And, a mistake like that just once you come up with a brilliant defensive effort like Brooke just did there on the previous play, and you give up a mistake. Oh, they can do a little punish on the wing, which is a little shot.
I think it's a try.
Does get him on the outside there. Loata Han.
We used to call that a shotgun back in the day, mate. A shotgun, and it's come back into vogue, and it's given the PNG team a 3-2 lead.
And, the good thing about these sort of plays is you don't see them often, so the wing making that touch doesn't expect a play like that to be ran. And Loata I think, kept them napping and used their foot speed to just get on the outside of a defender. Yep.
It's up to Niue here to see if they can strike back before half-time with 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. I'm looking to Tay Bates to set something up here.
Hopefully we can see another brilliant
pass.
She's gone.
Forget about Tay Bates.
And you want to talk about foot speed.
Number 10 has just she split him like a watermelon, we like to say there, Ryan. Great
and that's
work.
Chantalia. That is just unreal foot speed. If you look here, she's just seen a fraction of a gap and just use her foot speed to take advantage of that. And
that'll get the flag flying high.
Oh, 100%.
So,
and this game has just opened up. It has been. And we've just leveled the scores here, 3-3. So let's see what PNG can do as we approaching a minute 30 in this first half. And it's just been a score-a-thon. Guys, looking at both teams, it has been pretty back and forth. But who do you think has the momentum here, or has the momentum... or has had the momentum in this first half so far?
Well, I think as the scoreboard reflects, it's been pretty even. I think the PNG girls need to get a few of their flyers out of dummy half like they're trying here. And here she goes, right on cue.
Oh, Shatali there using her foot speed again. Wow, and finding Chloe there for that try. And that's actually coming down to, I don't know what the call there was, but they've just been denied that. So I
think it may have been the last touch, possibly. It didn't seem like it.
Okay, no, it didn't. But no, that's great work. That's a It's a bullet avoided from Niue as they work out their line, and hopefully they can take advantage of that and put another score on this board.
This will be their last set before half-time, and they might just get its last touch. They're probably not going to get a clean shot here, so will number 10 scoop through again? No, that's the 6. So 25 seconds left. Will PNG just complete the set, or they give themselves one last crack to go in with a half-time lead? Let's see.
15 seconds left in this half, Gaz. What would you be screaming out for the girls to do if you were in the pinch?
Dump and scoop for Shatalia.
Dump and scoop. And speaking of, she's just got ball in hand there.
She needs to get out. Oh, she's subbed off.
And this is 5 seconds to go.
Here we go.
Ooh, trying to poke through that little gap there. And that's just brilliant defence there by Niue as we approach the half.
There's the hooter in the background. But the refs haven't heard it, so we'll go again with one last play.
I don't know if that was...
I think the ref thinks it's a car horn.
I think we might have to get someone down there to let the refs know. I don't know if they have trouble hearing, but that's the siren there that we keep that we can vaguely hear in the background.
Hopefully she calls the touch there. Oh, he's given a try. So that's half time, and we have PNG take the lead 4-3.
Since 1975, Scotties has been getting the footy player ready for the game.
Welcome back, viewers. So the halftime score is 4-3 to PNG, scoring right on the hooter there. It's a very animated coach there for Niue, pumping up his players before they come back on for the second half. Niue were the first try scorers, so that may come into play later on in this second half as we get deeper into the contest. So the players make their way back to the field now.
Guys, as we're starting off this second half here, PNG with that late try there in the first half to put them up by 1. That's always good going into a half, isn't it? If you can sneak away with another cheeky try just to put you up by any sort of score margin is always good to start off the second half. A bit of pressure's off. You keep playing that expansive style footy. I'm not writing this Niue team off just yet because they are absolutely playing some brilliant touch football, wouldn't you reckon, Gaz?
Yeah, and they're very passionate, and I think very, very important to get a stop here, but
100%. And you know what, Gaz? That flag is still flying, mate.
yeah, it doesn't seem to matter what happens. The flag is always flying.
And that's just beautiful to watch.
The crowd's starting to build up too, isn't it, Ryan? We're getting people flooding through the gates now for this event.
The hooter is gone. Play on.
So we're underway. We probably lost ourselves a minute there, but we'll keep soldiering on here.
As PNG come working through their line, and they've got both Angela and Shatali on the field, both their playmakers, so let's see what they can create.
Good D there from Niue.
It's great D there from Niue, shutting that down. So PNG's got one more touch. Let's
Got
see
the big guns on here, haven't they? Running a sweep. I'd go short side here, and she has. Looking for the
she
winger.
saw the light. Oh, and unlucky there.
Pretty good recovery there from Niue. They managed to man up. And Niue, the important thing here is to complete a few sets to get some field position back after PNG started with the tap off.
100% correct there, Gaz. As Niue's coming with new troops on, and we've got Tay Bates there, the flick master queen.
Making some great ground
look
here.
At her.
Oh, we've got a sniper in the background there. I hope she's not injured there. Up she gets, number 10. That's a great
that's
touch
just great
there.
touch there by Shatali. And this Tay's just having a field day. You saw her before, just putting on some brilliant footwork as she goes here again.
Last.
And
Oh,
she just sneaks
she's
through.
missed her. She was the player we asked to see a bit more of, and
She
she's come
definitely
up
was,
with
and
the
she's
goods.
just delivered.
And the
The
flag
flag is still
waving.
waving.
Just a little show and go there, Ryan.
100%, Gaz, and that's
Shut down defence. Got to force them to pass there, but touch was missed. And the good news is we've got a draw on our hands at the moment.
now PNG are just working towards the line here, coming up on touch 3.
The ref demanding that Niue walk forward here. Offside, play through, and it's a try.
And that is great. That is great listening there and awareness of that game. And that was a try to Gemma, I think that is.
Yep.
Gemma, and what that is just great listening and reaction to the ref's call of being offside. Also,
See what happens there, Ryan. She thinks that the 5 metre line is the try line and stops just short, and that allows Gemma to just play through.
Absolutely. And this is just a scoreathon. As we got Jamie tapping off for the Niue team, taking them up the field.
We did expect that it would be end-to-end action, didn't we, Ryan?
100%.
And that's exactly what we're getting.
And so we've got Jamie and Brooke here in the middle of the field, both sisters. Let's see if they can connect for something special here. As they are both very skilled in their own right, and both have been playing touch for a while down the Gold Coast in some of the Gold Coast modules. As Brooke there with ball in hand, and she dives at the line, and a great touch there by Shatali.
Chance gone begging there, the long cutout pass. Unfortunately, the winger couldn't hang on to that. And PNG get let off.
And this is where the game opens up. When there is a stop now, it becomes a fight for field position as well as brilliance of attack at the back end of that. So let's see if PNG work their way to their sub box to get more troops on. Ashatali just starts out of half.
Wow,
Foot
she's
speed.
away. She's going to get
Have a
all the
look
way
at
into
her.
the in goal. Can she find someone? Here we go. They're manning on.
Wow, and that's a try.
Wow.
And that's just great work there from Shatali Mooney Stack. Now, interesting fact is Shatali's mum, Anne Mooney, is also playing and was actually represented PNG in track at, now I might have to get fact checked on this, but it was either at the Olympics or the Commonwealth Games. So she does have a bit of speed running through her family, Anne.
Yes,
and
it's in the genes.
It definitely is, and it's good to see Anne out there playing as well. Still got it.
One thing that makes these Pacific nations dangerous is she took off 15 metres out from her own line then on the second or third touch and backed herself to do it. Now, probably a little bit risky, but she's come up with the goods and she's given her team a 2-try advantage.
You're 100% right there, guys. It was a bit risky, but you know what they say? Big risk, big reward.
I thought you were going to say you got to risk it to get the biscuit,
Oh,
mate.
well, one of these sayings. As the day progresses, you'll start to hear a lot more sayings that I don't know what they mean, but I'm just going to say them anyways, guys. And now PNG has just been unlucky.
And look in the background, Ryan, we can now see the PNG flag.
And this is what we love to see, as long as the flag is in the air and flying. As Niue are attacking now, when we see the superstar Tay Bates on the field now, let's see if she can produce some brilliance.
8.5 minutes left. She's going to need to come up with something here to bring Niue back into the game.
Yeah, and we see Summer Land just diving at the line, and I think that is Summer there in the number 11 singlet. And she has, and that's good defense there from PNG. As Tay wants the ball in hand, let's see what she can create.
Wonder if Summer is the daughter of Rob Lamb, one of the great New Zealand players.
One of them.
The defence holding up well here for PNG, and they're defending that 2-try lead quite nicely here.
They are, as we can see, they're making their way to the sub-box. And
oh, alarm bells.
and this is good defensive pressure here from Niue, holding them already out to one touch here. And that's what happens. That's great. That's just great pressure there.
She's calling for 6 again,
PNG
but
are protesting for a 6 again.
Not the play when you're up by 2.
Definitely not. Niue's just done brilliant there by putting some full field pressure there just to get the ball back for another crack at the line, and hopefully they can work their way back into this game.
Okay, who are we going to look for here, Ryan, to weave some magic?
I think what we might see is Tay Bates, another Bates on the field here, Renee Bates, the number 14 with ball in hand here. So as she goes
quickie
here
play,
for a little
chance.
quickie play, and she dives at the line, and that's a great touch there.
Did she get a? Yes, she's called the touch. Great touch. But you called it, Renee Bates there. She was dangerous. Ball in hand again.
Just commanding the troops around. As we cut into 5th and last, and they're lucky to get another penalty, which is great for them because then they can keep evolving their attacking sets and trying to move this defense around.
Got a bit lucky there, Ryan. They didn't really set that last play very well, but
no, but
must have been a
take
hard touch.
Yeah, you take a penalty where you can.
Bates.
Bates with ball in hand. Oh, and that's just a play through. Oh, no, they've called the touch, and that's good defense there from PNG. Both flags are now up in the air and flying. Let's see what Niue can create here on this line.
It's a battle on the field, but it's also a battle of the flag.
Off the field. No, that's good. I think Niue's just compressed in the middle here. And I think this is the second penalty, guys, so one more penalty here, and PNG will be forced to sit one on the sideline for 3 complete sets.
Okay, let's see if the coach can bring in his big guns for this set of 6.
Now we can see both sisters, Jamie and Brooke, coming on here to command the troops. And so let's see if they can come up with a bit of brilliance here. As you see both sisters here connecting in the middle of the field.
So we're looking for the numbers 3 and 6 here. Ryan to weave some magic, and here they go. Here's a chance.
Just like that.
Oh, it's a try, and it's a magnificent one.
And both sisters connecting here. And that's just brilliant work. Getting on the field, commanding the troops around, putting the ball where they want to.
So just a nice patient setup, telling them who she wanted the sister to dump on. Bang, and then the quarterback. And unfortunately, the link was a little late shutting in.
Yeah, right decision, just wrong timing on it. And that's just great there. And I'm sure they ran that play, you know, over
the
the years
backyard.
about 1 million times in the backyard. So that's brilliant to watch them do it on a stage somewhat as big as this. As PNG come off with their right of
rooster.
reply.
Oh, I think that was okay, ref. Was okay. Sometimes they've got to come to the bunker, these referees, for those decisions, Ryan.
Yes, and you know what's beautiful to see is both sisters scored the try, set up the try, I should say, and scored, and they've defended it. Now they're working it off their line to give Niue a chance to even this score up.
Well, whilst that was called forward, it was actually a great setup by the PNG girls, and just a little bit better execution, and they would have got the try. Bates, the danger, plays off the cuff. And that's what they're going to need here to get another one.
Ooh, unlucky, and they just dropped it. Let's see if PNG can come up with a bit of brilliance.
The flag's dropped there. The flag dropped.
The flag is dropped, but the Spirits haven't. So we'll see what PNG can come up with as they get more troops on the field.
3 minutes 45 to go on the Struddy scoreboard.
That's great work there coming off their line. Oh, and
Got
they've got a bit of an
here.
overlap with Anne Mooney with ball in hand. And
Here's a chance. This
given a good pass. It's a race to the corner, and they've got that try. Brilliant work from PNG, just running the ball out from about 15 out, and they've just done great work of just creating numbers on the outside as the ball came back into that girl, and And Mooney, now her daughter was involved in the last play, just showing a bit of skills, and it's great to see the mum just saying, listen here, bub, you could do it, but I could do it better.
Age versus experience, Ryan.
Age versus experience, guys.
Okay, so 3 minutes left on the clock. The score is 7-6 to PNG. And what we have to remember here, Ryan, is Niue did score the first try. And so if we do get to a draw, and we're going to play the touch there. Great defense there from Gemma.
And we've got a brilliant defensive effort here from Gemma. That was great work.
Sorry, we go back to that score. It's actually 7-5 to PNG.
And Niue have just lost the ball there with brilliant work from the PNG defense here. With 2 minutes left, and they're up by 2. Brilliant defense as they work their way to their box.
Complete the set, PNG. Complete the set.
That's why you can see the flag flying high in the background. Now, you'd probably like to see a bit more urgency in PNG. I know they're up in the score.
Scoop.
By 2.
Here
and
she goes.
The speedster, Shatalia,
Here we
she's
go
away.
for the match. There
And
it
that
is.
Just brilliant,
PNG.
brilliant work by Shatali, darting off again. Taking the scores now to 8-5. As we see here on this replay here, guys.
So she got caught in the ruck there, number 14, and Shatali just puts on the gas.
And this has just been a Mooney showcase with it going from daughter to mum to daughter setting up these tries.
That must be a big thrill representing your country with your daughter.
Absolutely, I know. I was speaking to Anne before the game, and she is wrapped, you know, being able to play alongside her daughter at a tournament like this. So it is good to see. We have both sisters though coming on for Niue here. Let's see if they can come up with some more brilliance.
Probably their last shot of the game here, Ryan. And here she goes out of half. Numbers.
Oh, it's a great cutout, and they do
on,
have
ref.
numbers.
Oh.
Unlucky there on the wing there, but that's great pressure there from the wing, forcing a fast and direct pass here as we just under 30 seconds to go in this half.
Well, in this match, Ryan.
In this match, exactly.
PNG have done enough. They've used their big guns. Shatali has probably been the player of the match for me, with a bit of a hand from Gemma and also the experience of Angela.
Yes, that is right.
And with about 3 seconds left on the clock, PNG are going to go to the top of the leaderboard.
as we come in through the last play. And we got Ann there showing a bit of foot speed as well, keeping the ball alive. Oh, and it's a quick, and it's picked off here by Brooke as she darts away. We've got Angela quickly chasing in, but that's a great interception try there. This is just awesome footy to watch. Just end to end, down to the last second, and that's brilliant.
And with the intercept on the final siren, Niue goes over, taking the final score, 6-8 PNG coming away with the victory.
What a great game, guys. And as we can see, as we look down there, the flag is still flying.
And the PNG flag in the background there is flying high.
Good. So we'll go to a quick break before our next feature here, Gaz.
That's the end of the women's games, and we'll be looking at getting into the men's in the next round. So we'll be back with you guys very shortly.
Today, Strutties is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union. Soccer.
Netball. Rugby league. AFL.
Cricket. Touch football.
Strutties has you covered. Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
Go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe and here's where we're staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future so bright. And I love
And we're back, Gaz, with another men's, with our first actual men's open feature for the Australia Pacifika Cup, Touch Cup. We've got Cook Island versus Papua New Guinea. And you look across both team lists that's on your field, a lot of recognisable names here for both teams. So it's very good to see that we've got a star-studded lineup.
Okay, so the man at dummy half at the moment, Put Berryman, played many a New South Wales State Cup with Hornsby, with the likes of Dylan Hennessy, the great Willie Bishop, and his experience will be vital in this game.
Absolutely. The Berryman name is synonymous with Sydney Touch. They've got a rich history, so it'd be good to watch the next generation come through as he taps off and gets this game underway.
See who I'm looking for here. He's not on the field at the moment for the Cook Islands, but number 1, Lucky Paul. He played in the Alliance side for many, many years. I coached him once. Oh, there we have
And that
it.
is a
Ninja.
that is a brilliant play. And you know, seeing that play set up there, it did start off from the tap off. This is not an accident that this try happened. This is just a brilliant executed play. And as you can see, they've set up a sort of ML setup with a sweeper directly just to create numbers.
A lot of bodies in motion, Ryan, and close to unstoppable.
Absolutely right there, guys. So PNG have a right of reply as they come up working with their second touch there. Coming off the line. Now you've got number 13 there, Hayden Wong, who was instrumental in the Cobras NYC team that made it to the finals at last year's NYC. And that's
Long
a brilliant
cutout.
long ball there to Tobias there, finishing off the try, and unlucky to get a forward pass.
The winger did fly in there for Cook Island, so that's something that PNG will have to keep an eye out for. And we've got
and
a
the refs
turnover here.
picked up a forward pass of Cook Island's own. So
Okay,
we'll
straight
get
away, Ryan, you can see the speed of this game is cracking, and there is a lot of class acts out there, so we're going to expect some good touch football in this one.
absolutely no flags flying, but they're definitely flying on the field, I tell you that much, guys. As we see Hayden there with a quick punish play, and he's got brilliant footwork, and let's see if he can squeeze between those two defenders. That's brilliant touch there from Cook Island to start off, and the energy from Cook Island's defence is just exactly what you love to see here.
Yeah, great defence.
And that is, and the turnover on that ball as well. They're just right on it, working their way towards their box.
It's a great first couple of touches if they can control this set here.
And by third touch, they're over halfway, which is always good to see.
Last play, they needed a scooper then, but let's see how they end the set.
Oh, sorry, I got that wrong there. That was fourth touch. We're over halfway. As we look around, we can sort of see the crowd starting to build up now as the day's getting on here, Gaz, which is always good to see. A bit of a crowd playing. Were you a crowd person, or could you play the same whether there was a crowd or not a crowd?
I tried to block the crowd out because they're always booing me. Here we go, PNG.
Oh, with Cam Boga in, and just a perler of a pass. As we can see, Cam Boga sniffing his way behind the goal line there, just catching the Cook Island team, just snapping there. And as Cam
lost his short side there, the defender, by the look of it.
And Cam just... And it ties the score there with 1-1.
Yeah, great hit.
And Niue there, just replying, Cook Island, my apologies.
Here's a chance here, straight out of half.
Oh, that's brilliant footwork there by Cook Island.
Got that, caught out the link there with the punish play. Looks like a very young fella out there at link there for the PNG side. So hopefully he keeps his head up after that, but just great play there from the Cook Islands, isolating the link.
Cook Islands go over again in reply, taking the score to 2-1.
Now let's see if PNG can come up with a right of reply.
Who are we looking for here, Ryan? For PNG.
You'd be looking at with the player with the ball in hand, Nathan Wood, also known as Nate Wood or Wood.
Oh,
Was he there? As the Lynx just shot up, and yeah, he'd be the most experienced and also probably the oldest on the field at the moment, and that age obviously comes with that experience, as we saw then. Him recognising that the defensive link has just shot up here to sort of shut down this quickie, and he's just with a bit of brilliance there.
He's actually called no touch there, so good sportsmanship.
Great honesty there. And that's good work. And again, I think we do have a bit of a shootout match here with just going try for try in this opening.
If you're on Footy Tab, Ryan, what would your prediction be for the final score?
Look, if I had to look just going off the team, there are a fair few, you know, with the likes of your Masters and your Berrymans on the Cook Island. Just on paper, they do seem like they do have a more experienced team, even though they are fairly young. So you would be looking at Cook Islands to be favourites, but I think being a PNG man here, I'd
back the boys.
I'd back the boys.
So you're flying the flag.
I would 100% be flying the flag, so much so that if I was a betting man, I'd be betting big.
Okay, well, I think that I'm going to put my money on the Cook Islands boys.
Mm-hmm. Well, you being a Cook Island man yourself,
yes.
Yeah, it makes sense there. As PNG just working their way over half now. With fifth and last here. And trying to snag their way through a penalty, which is a bit interesting there, going for that play with nothing doing. Trying to pull a rabbit out of the hat, as they call it.
Well, he had to go for something. They camped on the line, no risk, and he just had to try and get see if he could snag a try, something out of nothing.
That's exactly right. And by third touch, Niue just working their way over halfway.
We need a scooper here, Ryan. We need a scooper.
Coming into fourth, this is fifth and last, about 20 out. Let's see if Niue can create that scooper opportunity or come up with a bit of brilliance.
And a sweeper.
And they do on the pass, just not finding its mark there with the ball to ground.
Feel a scoop there. They were still 15 out from the line. It's pretty hard to run a sweeper from that far out. Just an interesting note for you, Ryan. Number 6 for the Cook Island team, Kingston Day. I actually coached him when I was the Div 2 coach of the Eastern Suburb Roosters in the Vorton Cup.
Oh, wow. So he is a Sydney boy.
Yep, and he's flown all the way up. He's been out of touch for a year or two now, and he's spoke to his father last night, and he said that he's just getting back into it, and his dad's very proud that he's made this team.
Oh, that's awesome.
Did I tell you that we went through undefeated in that competition? Right?
I think you told me about 28 times, Gaz. I think that will be 29 now, so it's always good. I'll probably forget it in about an hour, so if you could tell me that again, that'd be awesome. I'll
keep reminding you, yeah. So Kingston, very good player, good footwork, very fast, and maybe a little rusty for the first game or two as he has been out, but he's a player we should look to deeper into the tournament.
Absolutely, and PNG just upping the tempo here with their defence.
Berryman. Beautiful ball.
That is a great pill and a great touch as well coming in from PNG. So they got fifth and last with a bit of brilliance here by Aiden, that number 12, and unlucky there.
They did create numbers, so
they
maybe
definitely
he had
did
to stop that with the attempted intercept. Now, can you tell us anything about the Wong brothers here?
Yeah, so like I was saying earlier, Hayden Wong, the younger of the brothers, he's...
Punish play here, Ryan. Got him.
Oh, and that's just unlucky. Unlucky there. That was on the first, so that was unlucky there to... It was on, but unlucky that the ball did not find its player there.
And here we are. We're now joined in the commentary box by Miss Cook Islands herself. Can you tell us a little bit about the build-up to this tournament? I know that you have been one of the biggest influences on helping Michael get this tournament underway, and the Cook Islands is a very proud nation. I actually played against the Cook Islands in the final of the World Cup in 2015 in the 30s division. So can you tell us about what you guys have done to assemble this great team?
Oh, firstly, kia ora everybody. The name is Jojo, they all call me. Look, it's been a bit of a journey for the Cookies, and as you say, like playing against the guys back in 2015 has been quite an experience for the boys, but it's also given them the confidence. Oh, there we go.
There he is. Put Berryman. the experience, the skill and the vision. A late switch there, and that opened up the PNG defence, and the Cook Islands take the lead 3-2.
Sorry, Jojo, to cut you off there, but can you tell us a bit about Put Berryman? Because I remember seeing him when I first used to play touch, and he does not look like he's lost any sort of speed or anything in his step. It actually looks like he's gotten faster over the years.
100%. Putsy's been around a long, long time, as you say. So he's actually the eldest in the team. So our age for our men's open ranges from the age of 15 to 39. So I think he'll take 38 for that one. But yeah.
Every try you get, it takes a year off your age.
Well, he must be 2 years old, because I think I've seen him score for about every game he's played.
Oh, he's an absolute legend out there, and he's definitely the one behind the scenes sort of driving the boys and guiding them out there.
Oh,
so,
that's good.
Yeah.
That's awesome. It's great to see that he's putting back into his mother country, isn't it? Like, he's had so much experience, and his whole family is very sports orientated. Can you tell us a bit about some of the other members of the family that are excelling in other sports?
Yeah, so across our men's open team and the women's, we've got the sisters Roha and Edith that are coaching the women's open. And then we've also got another sister in the Open Women's who's captain of the team as well. Then
wow.
Puts out there. So, and then you've got a lot of nieces and siblings that are kids of the Berryman coaches and all that
So
stuff.
they call that Tefano Sports. That's what they've got set up, and that's what programs for the more experienced players to teach the kids and train the kids and give them the opportunity to make it at the highest level.
Yes. Oh, we just had a score there.
That was fantastic play there, Ryan.
That was an outball, and that was to Hayden Wong, one of the Wong brothers that we were talking about. Hayden coming off a fairly successful campaign at the NYC, and led by Cam Boga. Now that is a perfect example of one of the oldest in the team passing into one of the youngest in the team, and what we were talking about with the Cook Island there before with Puts Berryman. It's actually great to see a lot of the contrast with a lot of these teams is in age, and you can see a lot of the older players coming down and teaming up with a lot of the younger players to just bit of
sharing the experience.
Yeah, sharing a bit of the experience, but also setting in that that next generation that's coming through and sort of teaching them their ways, not only on the field but off as well, which is good to see.
So Cam Boga, he's our brochure boy for the catalogues.
He is the handsome man, old Cam. I've known him for a couple of years, and
he's put on 2 tries so far.
Yeah, he's also put on about 120 kilos. So it's always good to see that he can move around.
Every try you set up takes off 10 kilos.
Takes it off 10 kilos, so he's actually walking out at about a solid 78, I think.
Okay, the action
that's a brilliant
the action
ball
never
there.
stops here, but let's go back to Tefano Sports for a sec, Jojo, and continue on with the story, because there is some exciting players coming out of that program.
Yes. So Tefano has been around a long time. So that's run by the Berryman family, and what Tefano actually stands for, family. So that's sort of the foundation they stand on. And they're very, very strong, sporty family. Do a lot of coaching. A lot of the kids go through to the rep programs, whether it be touch football, sevens.
Oh.
Ooh.
Got 6 again, but then fumbled it. So the ref's claiming that the first touch went backwards by PNG and then was knocked on by Cook Islands. But we keep going. So am I right in saying Edith Nathan, can you tell us a little bit about her? She's in the Australian Rugby Sevens.
So her daughter is in the Australian Rugby Sevens, yes. So you've got Faith, that is Edith's daughter. And then you've also got Roha, who's coaching, the other coach for our Open Women's team today. Her daughter, Soraya Paki, is playing for the Australian Sevens.
And
as
those
well.
2 girls are carving it, aren't they? So they're not just members of the team, they're actually dominant members of the team.
Absolutely.
And I guess through their Tefano Sports, that's ultimately the end goal, is to make more of them get to that top level of international sport.
Yeah, so they've had their uncle Norm Berryman, who played for the All Blacks some time ago. They strive to achieve the same accolade as their uncle, so I think it's a nice legacy for them to sort of follow suit.
And he was an All Black, did you say?
Yes.
That's just great. You go through this whole the team, and it goes more deeper than touch, doesn't it, Jojo? With all the connections deep rooted in other sports like your rugby sevens and rugby union. That's just also, it's such an athletic family. And that's just great to see.
And I guess this is the beauty of this competition, that these guys have so much skill but probably don't get showcased unless they're getting to that top level. And with tournaments such as this, there's a lot more people that we can showcase that are actually brilliant athletes in their own rights.
100%, Gary. And the also good thing about with what you're... Oh, and that's... As you just interrupt, that's just unlucky. That is, I think, the third chance that Cook Island have attacking this line here.
So we've got 20 seconds left on the clock. So this is going to be a crucial set here. They're going to have to go for it pretty soon, early in this tackle count. Oh, and they've got it. They call that a buzzer beater, and that puts the Cook Islands up 4-3 right on the stroke of half time, and it's that man again, Put Berryman.
And as we were saying in the last game, guys, it's always good going into the half. If you can score close to that half time, it's good. It's a good momentum carrier going into the second half. But yeah, also good to just get the troops up.
Okay, so we're talking about Tefano Sports, and one other person I'd like to bring up is the great Harry Berryman. Again, a member of the very, very successful Hornsby side. A guy that I believe has probably got better in the last 4 or 5 years with age. Now, this year he got to play with his son, Tylan.
Thailand, yeah.
And, wow, he is an athlete. I think that kid's going to be going places very, very soon.
Yeah, Thailand, he played in our Sydney Scorpions men's open team last year. It was his very first time, and he did an absolute fantastic job getting out there and competing against some of the most senior players. He's gone on to make the Aussie boys team now.
Wow.
But he's also playing league. He's contracted to, I believe, the Roosters. So this young man has got so much potential. He's got a long way to go.
And I see on his Instagram too, he dabbles in rugby union as well. I think he makes the New South Wales schoolboys teams for that as well. So just a great, genuine athlete, isn't he?
Oh, I think any sport he goes into, he'll make the top team. So he's
Yeah,
very
and
gifted young man.
I think the thing with the Berryman family, and particularly Harry, I watch the work he does with his son, and they're actually putting in a lot of time and effort. So it's not just the skill, it's actually the behind-the-scenes hard work that's showcasing their skills.
And I'm really glad that you brought that up, because this is what people don't think. People look at them and go, oh, this is a naturally gifted family, but behind the scenes, there's a lot of time put into these kids, and all the training and the coaching and development that they do.
Yeah, great family indeed, the Berrymans. So 4-3 at half-time. I think we may as well keep talking through this half-time break, and if you can just continue to fill us in with the story of the Cook Islands, and as you said, how you're trying to progress this, and maybe go through a few of the names that we in the commentary box aren't familiar with, but maybe there's a lot of Cook Islands people that are.
Yeah, so, we've got the Paul brothers that are out there now. These boys, there's a couple of boys out there that travel all the way from WA for this event.
Wow.
So you've got Afirak Paul, we call him Lucky.
Yep.
Yeah. And then we've got his brother, Victor also. Now these two play men's open in their national team down in WA.
They're Fremantle Rebels, I believe that's their
They
club.
are.
And I was just saying before you joined the commentary box that Lucky Paul, I coached him 1 year for the Alliance, and he's probably one of the better players coming out of WA. So you guys are very lucky to have him on board as in your Cook Islands teams.
We are indeed, and he actually captained our 2019 World Cup men's open team, which unfortunately, things didn't progress as well as we did, but his leadership on and off the field is phenomenal.
And what are your plans going into? So the World Cup's next year in England.
Mm-hmm.
What are the plans for the Cook Islands moving forward?
Look, at the moment we're working collaboratively with our home base in New Zealand and the Cook Islands, and trying to source as many players as we can and engaging them. It's very, very challenging because we're so broad,
So this comp's obviously the Australian component of the
Correct.
Cook Islands, but there's also many Cook Islands players in New Zealand.
Yes, so we've got the Pacific Cup in New Zealand,
Yep.
and the group there, our committee there, is sourcing the players through that platform. and then we've started initiating this one, and then we've got our home base that are working on their players there.
And what about the actual Cook Islands itself? Is there much touch played over there? Have they got set tournaments, and just fill the people in at home who, obviously myself, I don't know too much about it, so if you can just fill us in a little bit about what actually happens in the Cook Islands, the country.
Oh, touch football is live and kicking back home in the Cook Islands. It's mostly played out in Rarotonga, and that's led by our president, Daphne Brown, and our other leader there is Jules Westland. Now, these ladies are doing an absolute brilliant job in engaging all the young people. They're a very, very small community, but we've got a lot of interest there with the young people coming through.
Okay, so let me just get this right. So we've got the Australian-based Cook Island players, the New Zealand-based Cook Island players, and of course the Cook Island players themselves. How do you get the three of them together to be able to pick your very best team for World Cup?
It's costly. It's costly. I think the last World Cup we literally had to get some funding to fly the selectors over to, say, Queensland and then over to Auckland. And then we carry out some TIDs over in Rarotonga and see what we can put together in terms of a team.
And once you've picked that team, you've still then got to go through the process of making sure all the players can afford to get it. So I'm guessing that if you picked, say, 14, you're always going to have the 3-4 pullouts that just say, hey, it's physically impossible for us to be able to afford this?
Yeah, I think that one of the biggest things we do stress to everyone is what the cost is mostly going to look like, or, you know, what the likelihood of that's going to be so that they're preempted. I think that's really, really important.
Prior to the selection?
Prior, yes. Or when we put out the expressions of interest.
Here we go. Oh, big chance there. Kingston Day taking off short side, and I think they caught him short for numbers there, and we would have had a try there to the Cook Islands, but unfortunately the pass went astray. Sorry, continue on.
No. So yeah, it's an interesting way of recruiting. Like, we look at TIDs, we ideally would prefer those that have got a lot of experience at this level, NTLs, nationals back in New Zealand. We've got the Cooks back in Rarotonga that play South Pacific games. So you know, that's sort of the sort of TIDs that we're looking at.
And obviously the comps in New South Wales and Queensland, they're what they're going to expect when they go to a World Cup. So those people that are playing in them have obviously got a big advantage when it comes to selecting the sides.
That's correct.
Yeah. And obviously Fit run the World Cup event, and can you just tell us how you work with those guys in them encouraging you and helping you get the teams together? Because, as you said, it's a pretty massive administration thing to try and get. How many teams do you guys try and take over to a World Cup? How many teams? 3, 4?
Yeah, look, I ideally would like to take more than 4 or 5, but as you say, it comes down to the cost and affordability. So realistically for the Cookies, you know, between 2 and 3 at the moment.
Yep.
And with the World Cup next year in England, that's going to be a massive cost.
And what teams are you targeting? Obviously, you'd like to take a men's team.
Yep, the men's open, women's open is what we're hoping to achieve. And then obviously our senior mix that did quite well in the Malaysia World Cup. That's a definite that's going ahead. Yeah.
And that would be the likes of your husband running the show in the senior mixed divisions.
Oh, I think he's looking at. That was
another
close.
opportunity. Just not executing at the moment, are they, Ryan?
No, just on the game real quick. Cook Island just have a fantastic drive set coming off their line. They managed to go from end to end every time when they do defend the set and coming off their line. They're finishing all their sets on PNG's line, and as you can see, PNG's coming off with a bit more purpose now, just with the third touch over halfway there. So hopefully they can create something coming in. Sorry, that was the fourth touch coming into this last.
Good defence.
And that is great defence. But I think that's just the difference here between both teams. There's just a bit more urgency on the Cook Islands there to get the ball up for their fifth and last cracks.
Yep. Nice release there.
Which is good to see. But PNG PNG do have a lot of strike power. They've just got to put themselves in the right spaces on the field to be able to use that.
Is this the last Ryan coming up?
I think so, guys.
Numbers here. There it is there, the last touch.
And that's a
All
good
right.
touch there from
Can
Luke Schaefer.
We've dabbled into the Berrymans, and a name that I see a lot on these lists is the Masters. So can you fill us in a bit about their family and the players in the teams today?
Yes, the Masters is a very, very big, well-known name back in the Cook Islands. You've got 3 first cousins out there that are playing in the Open Men's, and all their fathers played in the 2019 World Cup, so it's absolutely fantastic to see their sons coming through. Now, Tuotai
Can you tell us their dads' names? Or is that too tricky?
No, that's fine. So Tuotai Masters, his dad is actually refereeing today. And
Hopefully not on this game, Ryan, against PNG.
Actually, I apologise. Maxwell Masters is Tuotai Masters' son who's refereeing. Ooh. Sorry, everyone.
I think he's going to give this.
Yeah, it's a try.
He has.
Oh, wow.
He has.
And that's just
and the scores are level. There's your boy again.
And that's by Nate
Nathan
Woods.
Wood.
And that's just off a penalty on the first touch. For just like a normal quickie play and just showing a bit of brilliance there with his footwork and just sliding in between both defenders there. Just catching one of the Cook Island defenders offside. So that's brilliant work there to even up the score for PNG.
Got a battle on our hands here.
We definitely do.
Sorry, back to the Masters,
Yes.
boys.
So Maxwell Masters, his father played in the Malaysia World Cup, who is currently refereeing today, and that's Tour Masters. And then we've got young.
I think it's a try.
It's a
Straight
try.
back, the Paul brothers.
Oh, sorry to cut
There
you
you
off
go.
again.
No, that's all
No,
good.
but
It's like the never-ending story,
That-
isn't it?
That's my boys out there scoring, so that's
Okay,
fine.
so happy days. I think what you will find here is just not. I think PNG just didn't know where the try line was.
No,
And,
I think it is the two Paul brothers there combined nicely.
Okay.
Did a little trick play there, the bounce out on the link, and great play to put the PNG boys, the Cookies back in front, 5-4.
It definitely was a bit of brilliance. You could tell that too was another play that they've run millions of times, probably in the backyard or down by the park here. It's just a bit of an instinct play that was.
The Masters.
Yes, so going back to the Masters, sorry guys. Young Tuotai Masters, he's number 7 out there. His father also played, and that's Mania Masters, who's managing at the moment. And then we've got the last one, which is Aiden Masters. Now, Aiden's Masters' father, Tom, also played in the World Cup in 2019.
Wow, that's pretty great, isn't
Yeah.
it? That their fathers have played in a World Cup and now their sons are pushing to do exactly the same thing when they hopefully head to England.
That's it.
They're throwing it around for this 5th and last. They don't. Oh, bit of flick pass.
Great
His hand
defense.
just shut down there. But do you know what? I could have watched that go on all day. That was brilliant to watch. Flick passes left and right with a bit of footwork in there. So you see PNG finding their way to the box. And he's just stepped out.
That's why we painted the grounds. Ryan, so that you stay
You know what?
inside
That
the
is a bit
lines.
of a coach killer. But when fatigue creeps in and you're trying to get off and trying to find subs real quick, you can make mistakes like that. So
Okay,
PNG back in the
let's
defence.
See if the Cook Islands can compose themselves here to set up a play. They have been going a bit ad-lib in the last couple of plays, but let's see if they can put on a play here.
Yes, and they do have that
Berryman.
Pox man and just saying his name and cometh the hour, cometh the man.
Mate,
with
if I was
Pox there.
giving the Dally M points, I'm giving 3 to put.
You know what? He has been on fire today. I think every time he's been on, he's either been involved in a try or been involved in.
So that's another year off his age. isn't it?
100%. He'd be 3 years old going on 2 at this rate.
Okay, now Ryan, there's one thing that has stood out to me, and I need to bring it up now that we have Jojo here.
Okay.
The PNG flag flying, but where is the Cook Island?
Oh, that is a very,
Is that
very
a
good
dig?
point.
It's
That is
a
a very
dig.
good point.
Maybe they're saving it for game number 2.
Maybe they are. Maybe they are.
So we've got 3 minutes 45 left.
Oh, wow.
He's going to give that.
And he's
and
also
right
chucked
on
in a
cue.
little flick pass for your
Oh,
efforts.
they
You'd
love
love
that
to see a
after.
good flick pass from old Lukey Schaefer there. That's just brilliant footwork. That's another time when one of the youngest are combining with one of the oldest there. A bit of experience and youth coming together. Bit of brilliant footwork there by Luke Schaefer there to cross.
So Nathan Wood, he could be on 2 points on the Dally M. He's keeping the PNG boys in this. And as you noticed, Jojo has slid to the end of her seat. 6-5 now with 3 minutes to go.
Do you know what would calm her down? If we get Potts back on the field, because he seems to be the man for Cook Island here, the man with the plan.
He's just resting here. But Cook Islands did score first, didn't they? So if we do have a draw, the Cook Islands get the win.
And that's coming into fifth and last there. Let's see if they can come up with one touch PNG. But knowing this Cook Island, the way they spread the ball, I wouldn't be surprised if they do a bit of trickery with a bit of flick pass. And as we say, and they've just pulled it up. He's put that 5 metres short of the line.
You're kidding.
Oh, Jojo.
Oh, that's an absolute coach kill.
But do you know what? That
opened up too. It opened up.
It definitely did. It definitely did. Titanic could have fit through that gap. And
we'll need to be talking to the coach about that one. But I think he's out on the field right now.
Oh,
they've done a sneaky play down the sideline. And has he called the touch there?
It's a try.
He hasn't. And PNG have just snuck on this subset play.
That's made famous by the Russell brothers, the Redlands they call it. Sub on, and then the guy just trails on the wing. Look, he just jumped on.
Actually, we have to give credit where credit's due. And if the one named Chris Loth is watching, that was a play that was designed by the man himself, Chris Loth, the man, the myth, the legend. So we could give that one up for a special shout out to him.
And the PNG flag is flying in the background.
And it is flying high, guys.
Scores are locked.
Scores are locked.
Cook Islands have a slight advantage here that they scored first, but Put Berryman,
is on the field, and if we know Put Berryman, he is pushing on a newborn baby with the way he's scoring.
There he goes.
And look at Put Berryman just getting the ball down, and PNG with a brilliant touch effort.
I would have gone back for the penalty for the guy in the ruck there and given him 6 again instead of the last, but we have one more crack. This
and
could
knowing
be
Cook Island, this could be a bit of brilliance. And that's great defense there.
They're probably going to get one set each here, Ryan, so next try wins.
Ooh. It's good, and like you have been saying, guys, if it does finish in a draw, Cook Island will take the win here because they did open up the scoring in this match.
So realistically, Ryan, all they've got to do is make 6 touches and the game is theirs.
Yes. And there's been a collision in the background there from PNG coming off their sub box. And Luke Schaefer just starting off from half. The previous try scorer, can he squeeze through and get a penalty maybe? Yes, he can. And that's just smart work there by Luke Schaefer.
So with just 30 seconds to go in this game.
30 seconds to play.
We have it all on the line here. If the PNG score here, they win. If the Cook Islands can hold them out, it will be a victory to the Cook Islands. 14 seconds to go here. The Cook Islands trying not to make a touch. Here's your man. Great touch. And this, I think the Hooters going to beat him. The Hooters going to beat him. There we go. The Hooters beating them. Left's giving them one last touch. What can they do?
Can they provide a bit of brilliance here to seal this?
There it is.
And that is just great work from Cook Island.
Draw, but the victory goes to Cook Islands as the first try scorers.
The Australia Pacifika Touch Cup. Game number 3 of the day goes locked at 6 points apiece between the Cook Islands and PNG.
Okay, Jojo, you came up with that rule, so you will be very, very popular amongst the Cook Island men's team right now.
Absolute pleasure, but not for our women's, unfortunately, this morning.
Yep.
Samoa, they drew against Samoa, and Samoa scored the first try, so yeah.
No drama. All right, well, that wraps that game up. What a cracker. We'll take a short break now. We want to thank Jojo for being in the commentary box. She did a great job. Hopefully we can get her up later to continue to tell all our Pacific Islands followers about the brilliant players they have in the Cook Islands at the moment. So we'll catch you very, very soon.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you, Jojo.
Since 1975, Strates has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Strates is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Welcome back, viewers. And in our round 2 game, we have Niue Women's versus the Cook Islands. Promises to be a cracker.
Now, we've seen both of these teams already this morning, so there's already been a couple standouts here. We're joined up in the commentary by Michael Rasmussen. Now, Mike's just going back and forth between commentating and
running the event. So it's good to see that we can be blessed with his grace one more time up here. Mike, how are you?
Oh, I couldn't miss this one. Cookies versus Niue. Niue and the PNG was a cracker. Cookies and Samoa was a cracker. This one has to be a cracker.
It definitely will. As we see Cook Island, they're sort of progressing their way to Niue's line, trying to set up an attack. And
she goes through here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what a brilliant pass here.
They just picked them off. She picked them off. She had so much time there.
They did.
Niue just forgot to come out and get her. They let her run for too long.
The winger did squeeze in.
They did. Oh, well, there's the open for the match.
Okay, so once again, Edith Nathan has got them to go 4-on-3. She's obviously thinking that there may be weaknesses out on the wing here, and instead of going through the middle, she's decided to go around them, and it pays dividends straight off the tap-off.
Absolutely, and we've got Tay Bates there commanding traffic again with her ball in hand just now. Let's see if she can create something to reply. Oh, and
nah,
touch there, I think. Janika there just having a cheeky poke through at the line, but brilliant defence there from Cook Islands to come up with the touch. It's now 5th and last to see if they can create some last-minute brilliance. Shifting it towards their side of the sub-box.
Pretty clever.
Making the Cook Islands have to work laterally.
That nearly has to be given in touch. If I'm not as high as the Australian players, but surely if there's nothing on, get away from the other side's box. See if Niue can hit back here. They probably don't want this gap to go any wider than that early in this game.
No, you don't want to be playing catch-up footy, especially when you're only dealing with a shortened half, as we have at this comp here. So hopefully Niue, can put some points on the board.
Well, they get away here if she can get rid of it. No.
Great recovery there from the link.
Let's see what Cook Islands do. If they're smart, they'll control this ruck out set their platform for that 4 and 5. If this Latcher can come round.
Notice the trend in the game is all going to the box now. Maybe the old arrows can come back into play and go directly through the narrow. Straight through
and
again.
she pokes it. Straight through.
She's got
Dallas.
the wrong way, but she's got away.
And she's got that away, and that's just a brilliant try there. And Dallas Tinney has just set up a beautiful try to now make it 3-0 to Cook Islands.
Yeah, very clever, very clever. Number 14 there, putting it away there.
So again, direct through the middle, drags the defence in. This time they split them. Previously, they've gone long and thrown it to the winger. So they're giving the Niue defence all sorts of trouble here, and after only 4 minutes, we have 3-0 to Cook Islands.
Now, for those listening, we've got a team list here, and unfortunately, we don't have a name for the number 14, so apologies there, but we definitely will make that adjustment and find out. But she's been on an absolute scoring mission this game. As we see Brooke here teaming up with her sister and, yeah, just putting the ball to ground. So let's see if Cook Island can keep up this pressure. They've scored off every attacking set they've had so far, so let's see if they can still keep that momentum going, Gaz.
Yep. Oh, a little bit off the mark there, but they've got away with that one.
Now, Gaz, you've been big on the Cook Islands coach.
Oh,
Edith.
hang on a sec, Ryan. We're through again.
Oh, wow. And that's with Camille.
They've called it all clear, so the touch was missed. 4-0 to the Cook Islands. Were they just warming up in the first game?
Maybe, but I was just about to say before, Gaz, that might just come down to a bit of adjustment and just brilliant coaching there from Edith Nathan. Now, you have been massive raps on her as a coach, and I think we're starting to see it in this game with just how she's made the adjustments from game 1 to 2. And, yeah, just seeing it on showcase here with a bit more running style and a bit more with the way they're moving the ball.
Yeah, she's got a young athletic team, and I think she's decided the way for us to win is to get in a foot race against some of these other nations who maybe have some older, more experienced players, but maybe don't have the same foot speed as the Cook Islands girls. And so far, the start of this game, it's working really well for them.
100%. And that's what touch football's all about. It's all about making adjustments, and I think you're not counting Niue out, and if they can make the right adjustments, they're still in it. There's only 4 tries in between them, and I know that is a lot, but Niue definitely have the squad for it, as Tay is taking the tap here.
I figured out what's going wrong with Niue at the moment.
Oh, it's no flags, guys. There is no flags up, and that has been a trend now. You need the flags up there to G the T-Bon, and you are right. As we look on to their sub-box, we cannot see a flag flown.
And it has been really, really hot, and we're starting to get a bit of cloud cover. And with that cloud cover comes a little bit of breeze, Ryan, and that makes it even easier for the flag bearer.
That's 100% right, Gaz. And again, that's just great defense now from Cook Islands, and they're building up that same sort of subset, working towards their box.
I think the touch was made on the offside player there, so she's sent the Cook Islands back to play the touch. They do look a little bit more, hope I don't say this at the wrong time, composed, and they're completing their sets.
Definitely.
The Cook Islands. And here goes Coco Masters out of half. Boom, bang.
That boom bang was a bit of a longest yard sort of with a bit of the whoop.
I think I went off a bit early there. I thought she could have just burned a short side without the boom bang.
We do love a bit of boom bang up in the commentary box here, guys. Cook Island.
Niue's trying to get players on, but they've only got 2 on the field at the moment. And they'll do well to get themselves to any sort of good field position in this set of 6.
Yeah, it just seems like Cook Island just all over the field position here with coming off their line strong, but then also holding Niue to 5 touches within 10 metres. But, as we see, maybe I've spoken too soon, as we see Renee starting out a half and teaming up.
Great work
to find
from,
a try
Niue
there.
They were going nowhere for 5 touches, and then all of a sudden we have a scoop straight out of half with a dummy. There by Renee Bates, the Bates sisters. They've got a bit of spark in them, haven't they?
100%, and you can always count on the Bates to produce that sort of brilliance. And maybe it's just the thing that you need to sort of open up Niue's chances of creating something. So let's see if they can build off this defensive set and start applying a bit more pressure towards the Cook Island.
So we're back to 4-1 to the Cook Islands with 6 minutes 40 on the clock. Referee's doing a good job encouraging the girls to walk forward here. We're running a sweeper play.
And the reffing
Got
has
her.
just been
Got her.
great here.
That's good work from the ref. Never made it onside. Called the play through, and it's number 14 again. We're going to have to get her name, Ryan, because she's putting on a clinic out
Absolutely. I think she scored all 4 of their tries now. Maybe 4 out of the 5 tries that they've scored.
there. Maybe not that many, but she's definitely got herself a couple.
Oh, look, I haven't named the try scorers, so we'll just say all of them were scored by number 14. But we will definitely get the name for you listening at home. That now brings the score to 5-1.
And the experience of the Cook Islands is shining here.
It definitely is, guys. Let's see what Niue can create. As the Bow sisters are teaming up again.
Gone short, the cutout.
Oh, and don't you just love to
I think
see...
they've called the touch there. I would like to let that go, Ryan.
You
even
definitely
scores a
would.
bit.
You'd love to see a bit of footy there played. As we come into 5th and last.
But it was nice play from Brooke to take him short side and throw the cutout. And then a late switch. Well
Another
read
little
by
sneaky play.
the Cookies.
Too good on that defensive effort. We might see them run their same subset, finding the box.
Anne-Marie Ratu is recently back from a knee reconstruction, Ryan. So this would probably be one of her first tournaments back. She's a future rugby league star by the sounds of things.
Wow.
Oh, Masters again, a bit of a goosey, and down the sideline they go.
And just unlucky there to drop that there, but it might just be the break that Niue need just to cap off this first half, as we're just under 5 minutes here going into the first half, and we do have a ball down.
Is there a bit of rain forming out there?
It does look like a bit of showers. You probably can't see it if you're viewing from home or wherever you are viewing it from, but yeah, it definitely does look like there is a bit of showers out there, which does make things interesting from playing. Oh,
Here we go again.
Coco
They're in again.
Masters with that beautiful wrap play.
And when she's not scoring them, number 14 is setting
them up.
Very nice, very nice. Sorry, lads. I just had to bust around for a little run around, but I'm back. Couldn't miss this cracker. I told you it was going to be a cracker from a Cook Island point of view.
It actually is, and it's great to see, because being up here in the commentators box, we did call their first game, and seeing the adjustments that they've made to come into the second game, they're just coming out absolutely swinging and giving it to this Niue team. And yeah, they've come out with 6 quick ones.
I was about to say, I hope that Niue hangs in there and we just see a mistake straight from the tap off there. So maybe the speed of the game is starting to affect Niue a little bit, but it's all experience for these guys. We noticed some young kids out there. Playing on the international stage is never easy, and it will all be a learning experience for them. And that's what this tournament's all about, to get these islands up to the standard of the other countries that are always on the improve.
100%.
Yeah, I think these are the events and the times that you don't want to just drop your head. You can't drop your head. If Niue's just got to fix at half time, or hopefully before half time, they don't want to let this game get too far away from them. But they just got to work. You know, I've been in this situation. Samoa had to face New Zealand and Australia in the World Cups, and you know, sometimes it's disheartening, but you still got to play that game with pride and passion.
Definitely, Mike. And you could tell that Niue is still giving everything that they can. It's just little mistakes here that are letting them down with a bit of field position. But when they get to the line, their brilliance behind this Niue team, the way they throw the footy around and the creativity in their plays, they've got stuff in the bag that they can pull out. It's just being unlucky with a bit of drop balls and maybe some forward passes and penalties here and there. So they get to start off now as they come with second touch. Let's see what they can create coming into
The
Cook
sisters
Islands
might
line.
go here. Let's see what they got set up. I'm sure they always texting each other, go to the drawing board. Hey, what are we going to run, sis?
Yep, and they get a repeat set here. So this is brilliant for the...
I'd like to see them both get in the middle as opposed to middle link, but put a bit more heat on. Maybe we'll see a sweeper play coming. Just to move them around early.
You can't be playing middle link, and unless you got only a punish. If it's only a punish, it's only one option.
Jamie just unlucky there with that pass. It's just gone to ground.
Second touch again, Ryan. So a little bit of composure is needed by this Niue team.
Yes.
I think the most important thing now is not to watch the scoreboard and just go through the processes.
And like what you were saying earlier, Gaz, composure goes out the window when you are down on the scoreboard, and what sort of evens that up is experience when you know that there's still plenty of time. You've got another half to play. So again, with the experience, just understanding that you can still hold your composure, doesn't matter what you're down by.
Oh, she's
and as I'm saying that, we see Coco going through.
Unlucky there by the winger.
She might have been able to pin her ears back and try and get all the way to the in goal.
Yeah,
there
definitely there.
That, but
definitely
a dangerous player, Coco Masters.
Yeah, they are looking. Cook Island are looking dangerous from 1 to 14 all throughout the park.
But I think they've just prepped well for this event. You know, Joanne and Terry have really done well to lift the standard just here in Australia for the Cook Island nation. They've done a lot of work behind the scenes. They've turned this into a full tour for their team. Like I said before, 24 of them have flown up here from Sydney to be a part of this event. A lot of them from the Scorps area. But, you know, look at them, what they're putting together, both in the men's and the women's divisions.
And we did have JoJo up here.
Oh, she's gone in again.
She's got there. That's Coco Masters again. She's been very dangerous. Up and coming player. Definitely one to look out for. Yeah, we had JoJo up here in the last game, Michael, and none of this stuff happens overnight. There's a lot of behind the scenes. There's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes to get these guys to this level, and the Terry family is definitely doing that at the moment with the Cook Islands. And obviously there's always a lot of politics behind the scenes, Michael, and these guys are getting it together as a family so everyone works together instead of against each other, and that's always makes things a lot easier.
100%. But they, you know, if you've got the vision, if you've got the passion, you know, even if you're not family, you should still want to make sure that everything's set up for the future of these athletes. I've said before that the Pacific people get mixed up a little bit, obviously getting mixed in the nationals and that, and you don't see many Pacific players out there. You'll see a lot of Maori and the Indigenous in there, but you know, the Pacific people just got to keep lifting, got to be in front of these national coaches here in Australia so they can not only represent their countries in the South Pacific Games or World Cups, but also back here and play in those national events as well.
100%. And playing against the best always makes you a better player. At first, as we're seeing with the Niue team, they might be finding it a bit tough, but they're all going to be better for the experience.
100%. 100%.
All right, we're going to take a quick break at half-time, and we'll be back with you shortly. All right, here we go. We're back underway, guys.
Now, Gaz, if you are the Niue team, what are you saying to your troops being down by 7 tries coming into the second half?
Okay, well, what I would do is I would say forget about the scoreboard because at 8-1, you're probably dreaming that you're going to come back from this. But I think what they need to do is just go through the processes, get what they're trying to achieve right. The scoreboard will start to reduce itself. And there is another game after this for these guys, and they want to make sure that they still have their confidence for the rest of this tournament. So I would just try and go through the process.
Oh,
As we speak, she's gone through. I think she's dummy half.
Yeah, I thought she was half too.
Oh, wow, and the refs have picked up on that, and they have made that call. Now, Gaz, at what point...
Hang on, he's calling the refs in. She's saying she's not.
Nah, she's definitely dummy half. We don't want to see a Niue Cox back in the Metro Cup final. No one will ever leave that one down. He did the biggest step, and he was half, and he scored.
I like when the refs come together and make the right decision.
Yes, it definitely is, and we'd like to think that we've got a bit of a professional setup here, but unfortunately we can't go to the bunker for that. We've just got to trust the refs into making the right call there.
I was tapping on the glass trying to get him to look up, but he got it right.
Now, Gaz, with your halftime speech, at what time and what moment would you be looking at your troops and saying, get a flag down here and fly that flag
well, I would have
as
been
high as
sending
you
to
can?
the manager and trying to find out where our flag bearer was, because you saw how well they performed with the flag bearer.
I'm telling you this right
game.
now, Gaz, and I feel this, that is the key to today's success for teams, is how hard your flag flies is how much you'll score tries. And you heard that here first, and I'm going to coin that, and I'm taking that to the grave, guys.
Maybe we might have to send a messenger down to get the Niue flag bearer
We
back.
might, because, you know, I've seen crazy things happen before, and I'm telling you, with a flag down there, you might see 7 touches.
The other thing, too, with the flag, Ryan, if it's flowing, it's giving you that wind in the box to help you cool down.
100%, and ball players can look at the flag and get a gauge of which way the wind's blowing.
Yes,
so
left
if it's
to
blowing
right,
in the
right to
direction of
left.
your preferred pass, you could be home and host here.
Here we go. Let's get back to the game, Ryan.
Let's get back to the game, guys. Now we see...
I'll tell you
Cook
what I
Island
like
here
about
pressing
the
the
Cook
attack.
Islands. They keep getting to the other end of the field. They
One-
know they have the lead, and they just keep getting to that end of the field, making Niue have to look up and go the distance each time.
You're 100% right there, guys. And
Little
dude,
bobble
oh,
there,
and
but
she
she's
just
through.
shows and goes.
Oh.
And that is a great touch there from Renee's there.
So they're not giving up Niue. They're still putting in here, and that's great work. It's got to get themselves to the other end and buy themselves some field position. Can they complete this set?
And we've just had an update here for the listeners at home. The number 14, and apologise for not getting her name earlier, but that's Brianna Nathan. So you would have heard throughout this Cook Islands team, there's names that we do mention, which is the Berrymans and the Nathans, heavily based in Sydney around touch football, but they also have a very skilled family in sevens and rugby union. And number 14 is part of the tribe, and you could definitely tell by the amount of tries that she's put on in this.
Okay.
She's absolutely had
Here
a
go the
clinic here.
sisters. They seem their most attacking weapon in this Niue team. Let's see what they can come up with.
Definitely.
Short
And there's
side bomb.
Brooke. And just unlucky there to get to find the winger with that pass, Brooke. But
I would like to see a full length dive from the winger there to see if she could have slid over with that one.
And do you know what's great to see from the Niue team, guys, is that they're not afraid to take chances like that. They're still creating and they're still taking their chances and not playing it safe and not trying to play catch-up footy. So that's just great to see. But yeah, can't give enough raps to this Cook Island team. They're just all over this game at the moment with their defense and the way they're getting up the field. On their last touch here, they're almost at Niue's try line here.
So I think what's happening is, and we've mentioned her name before, Edith, the skills that she's picked up from coaching teams like the Scorpions and the school system. She's using the flavour and the skills of the Pacific nation, but she's also using the discipline that she's learnt from the game over here in Australia. And so when they're coming off their line, they're completing a lot of sets. We do have one cloud above us at the moment, which is probably a good thing, Ryan, because it was hot up there, but it is slightly raining at the moment, a bit of drizzle, which may make the ball slightly slippery.
Yeah, 100%. And you know as well as anyone, wet weather footy is a different style of footy, so that could work in Niue's favour. You never know. Oh, as they poke through and just unlucky to get a penalty there. I think that might be a penalty going towards Cook Island there.
Cookies
for a touch and pass.
Cookies haven't put it together in the first 5.5 minutes, have they?
No, but they are completing their sets, and when you lead 8-1, you probably don't have to score.
Yeah, that is right. I think being as professional as she is, though, Edith Nathan would want to see a bit more from her Cook Island team. I think their gameplay for this was a bit more clinical as they were in the last game, which they have shown in the first half, and they've just gone away from it the second half. So hopefully, with Coco
again.
there from half,
Boom,
and
right
as I
on
said
cue.
that, they cross for their 9th try in this game.
So again, just direct play out of the sub box, catching a Niue defender caught in the ruck there, and then it was Coco Masters looks up, sees the space there.
Look, I know how it feels. I'm actually probably a bad defender for that, trying to get the ref to get the over-the-mark touch. It doesn't work. I can tell all the streamers that are watching, it does not work.
There's no marker in touch anymore, is there?
No, no.
Gaz, for you to bring up markers in touch either shows two things. One is your experience, or the other is your age.
Oh, my dad told me.
Yeah, that's must be a good feeling to have.
Here we go, Niue. Let's see if they can get some field position. And it looks like we're going to have to go back to Tay Bates. I need her to step up here. She's the leader of the team. She needs to get them to the try line first. Get them to the try line. They're still way too far out to have a proper cat. You've got to get to that 5 metre line and then go from there.
You know what, Gaz? I'll be half inspired to get in Tay Bates' ear and say, just for the viewers at home, give us another one of those flick passes, eh? Just treat us with one of those pearlers, please.
It's all
Tay.
about the internet views, Ryan.
No,
and the likes,
100%.
as you know.
100%.
Being an Instagram influencer.
I don't know if you were talking to me just then, Gaz. But yeah, definitely love to see.
Anne-Marie.
Oh, and she does get it away, and they're playing on. Good. Oh, and unlucky with that last
justice
pass
was
there.
served then. I think that pass was later than Jetstar. The ref let it go, but yeah, they put the ball down, and Niue survive.
Talking about Jetstar, what about the flash sale the other day? Everyone there did a flash sale. They had more comments saying, no thanks, we'll pay double than go on that Jetstar.
Hey, listen, Jetstar have got me out of many sticky situations, so I can't talk bad about them.
Shout out to Jetstar,
Shout out
who
to
have decided
Jetstar.
to come on board as one of the major sponsors for next year's event. Fly people from everywhere.
Yes, for next year's event. That's 100%. Thank you, Jetstar, in advance. And also, if you are listening, Jetstar, we'll take my refund anytime soon, please.
I suggest that the players pack a backpack with them and take it on board just in case their bags do not show up through the carousel.
All right, here we go, Cook Islands. Let's see what they can set up. Anne-Marie, got a patient head on her, doesn't she? She's probably a future NRLW player too. I bet you we've mentioned that before. Her sister's in the NRLW.
Yes.
Are they signed with the Titans, Michael?
I don't think anyone's signed just yet. I don't think they've signed any players. They're in the middle of that BMD competition. A lot of players
Holding
that
out.
were meant to be a part of this event up in Townsville and at Rocky this weekend for the BMD. Ash Quinlan's away playing as well. We'll see her in the exhibition match tomorrow. And I'm sure she's going to bring a lot of experience to that game when the Indigenous and Maoris play. Let's see what the Cookies...
Just a quick...
Oh, that's quite good.
Quickie players. We've got both sisters defending there. Now, they'd be used to defending next to each other many times during the years. And as you can see there, Brooke's just signalling to her link on how to defend, because you've got to be extra sharp with this Cook Island team. I mean, they've got strikes all through the park here from...
Will they try a bounce-out play on the link here?
You've got Coco there setting up, Coco Masters,
sweeping.
and she's just sweeping around, gets another penalty. Now, that's 2 penalties within the 5 metres, so one more penalty, and you'll be seeing one of the Niue
I'd like to see
players
Coco
sit out.
Sorry, the number 2 here. Nikita run a punish out there on her side at link.
Yes, sorry. I've been dressing Nikita as Coco. Apologies for that, Nikita.
You reckon Jesse from the Samoan Open Men's, he'd be telling his wife there, Brooke, how to defend this quickie game?
That's actually a very interesting point, because we do have a lot of families that are playing, but we also have a lot of couples or that are playing, but for different nations. Some for the same nations and some for different. You could probably speak on that, being that you just mentioned before, that Jesse playing for Samoa and his partner Brooke out here making the touch now for Niue's, which is always good to see.
100%. It's good, and obviously we're falling under the eligibility rules for the World Cup, setting the standard here. So you have to be born there. You can't be married in, because that's not one of the eligibility criteria for international touch. And even South Pacific Games, plays a little different to the Touch World Cup. You not only have to be eligible, you also got to hold a passport from that country to compete at that level.
Just speaking on the game real quick, just want to mention that was a brilliant defensive effort from Niue. Like, they are down on the scoreboards 9-1, but the defensive effort that they just put there was brilliant. They held it out. They had 2 repeat sets, and they still managed to hold out Cook Island, which had strike players left and right on that field attacking, throwing everything at them, and they did brilliant work there to keep them off their line, so that's good.
It's only a 1-0 half. Only a 1-0 half.
Which is a fantastic effort from Niue, because would have been deflating going in at half-time with that score, but like we asked from in my half-time speech, Ryan, was just to complete the sets.
Oh, and as we can see just there, that is all effort with that touch there from Niue, and again, it's on that defense. So
what a great touch.
They have made some adjustments, and it might not be with their attack, but it definitely has been with their defense, and that's just a great effort there to see from Renee's there, coming up with that great diving touch as she taps off.
A little kick in the ruck there.
To get the ball going forward, and its second touch is coming over halfway, which is great field position. They're going to want to get some subs through now, Niue.
So the positives for Niue is down 8-1 at half-time. They've come out in this second half. They've defended well. They've completed their sets.
Definitely.
And they haven't given up. They've played with a lot of pride in the jersey. And I was going to say in the flag, but the flag's not there.
The flag is not there, but that's 100%.
Here's Bates trying to create something. Another completed set.
And we can see the rain coming in a little bit here. They'll play around with those long balls. We'll see how the girls control this ball in the ruck. They've got to get used to it. If anyone saw that South Pacific Games back in 2019, I think we were playing in the ocean. The water was up to our knees, and ref said play on. And it made sense. We are from the Pacific. It's always tropical rain. But if anyone, shout out to anyone who played in that, they had a swim while they played a game of touch. It was great.
It's always good to. That's always good to see, eh, Mike?
That's right.
Saves doing the ice baths after the game, doesn't it?
You don't. No ice baths over in Samoa, that's for sure.
Now, as we were speaking on earlier, just with the momentum switch in the second half, we see that Cook Island coming off their line. They created a penalty. Oh, sorry, I should say they dropped the ball to reverse the possession there for Niue. So Niue get a fresh set, 20 out, and as I say that, they've used up their 6 touches.
So 1:40 left on the clock, Ryan. The Struddies scoreboard clock. Has anyone been on the Struddies and followed their Instagram today? Because we've got a competition. The first person, as we have a breakaway here. She's going to run out of the stadium.
Man, so I think this is Shazmin.
She's got away.
Holloway Samuels showing a bit of speed there along that wing, just to race away from her opposite winger to snag this try. Beautiful work here.
So just with a minute to go, Ryan, we're going to see if our viewers can go onto their Instagram and like the Struddies page. It's Struddies_apparel. And the first person to go on there and like that will be the first person to go on and like that.
Yes,
so
and
that's an incentive for everyone out there.
And it is a competition to be the first person, and no one likes to be second. So,
but if you are, still like. Let's see how many we can get it up to today.
Hopefully Niue can get a try here, lift their confidence before they go into their match tomorrow. This might rule them out of the final top 2 spots. I think it'd be too hard to bounce back now. I don't think it's possible with Cookies nearly stamping their spot into that final tomorrow, being top 2 going into the grand final, no semi-finals.
I think in saying that, Michael, what Niue can take away is just his second half. With just being at all effort, their journey doesn't have to stop at this comp. As you said, it's a platform for their nation moving forward. So taking this into whatever other modules or games that they play is fantastic, because this is a great half to see.
Yeah, they'll finish it off here. Last ruck for the game.
Okay, here goes the Cook Islands again. And another fantastic touch there. Wow, she's really thrown her body on the line here, Renee's Bates. Probably been the best defender for Niue, and congratulations to the Cook Islands, running out victors 10-1. And that, as Michael said earlier, will probably cement their spot in the big one tomorrow. We're going to sign out for now, give it a quick break, and we'll be back shortly with the next game.
Thank you.
Soccer.
Netball. Rugby league. AFL.
Cricket. Touch football.
Strategies has you covered. Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
Go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe and here's where we're staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future so bright. And at
there.
And we're back with our next feature for today, our 5th game of the day on Field 1 here, and we've got a men's clash between Samoa and Niue. Gaz, how do you see this one going?
Well, it promises to be a cracker. There's some big names on both teams. We got the likes of Oscar Sant in the Samoan team, Jesse Tazi Courts. Now, that's a name that's been around for a while. I even played against him.
That is a name. And then also on the Niue, we've got the likes of, your Darnell Bennett and your Joel Holomatutama. And I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, but Joel is actually the brother of Brooke and Jamie, who played in the last women's game. So as we see Darnell here, he'd sort of be the go-to here for Niue, a very skilled young player here, Darnell. And linking up with Joel there, just unfortunate to find the winger on that pass. So Samoa with a successful opening defensive effort here.
And the first try can be very important, can't it, Ryan? Because as we said earlier, if it's a draw, the first try scorer takes the win.
And as we see there, you might recognise that player that just went to half there, Michael Rasmussen, just rucking up the ball now. Mike's obviously a man of many hats today, also running this event and putting it on. He's also playing in the Samoa Men's Open. He's also coached it, and I think he's got kids that are playing as well, to be honest. You never know with Michael. He's got that many roles.
And let's be honest, Ryan, and on all serious note, he's done a fantastic job. He's been the vision behind this event. He spent hours and hours making it happen, talking to the other nations, beating all the political hurdles that come with running an event, organising the ground, organising the uniform. He, as you said, he's a man of many hats, and now he's playing as well. And I just think it's great that a guy wants to see so many of his fellow countrymen succeed in sport and bringing the community together.
100%. Not only his countrymen, everybody in the Pacific Islands. He's a massive advocate on showcasing talent in the Pacific Islands, and that's why he's put on an event like this. And just a bit of an interesting fact, Gaz, maybe going back 3 or 4 months ago, I was actually on a run with him. We went for a little run through South Bank in the city here, and he mentioned this concept to me that he was thinking about this, and we sort of chopped up ideas while running about putting something like this together. And it's just crazy to see that, all it was just an idea to start off with, and just talking, and then he could just have the vision to bring that to life. So it's awesome to see here. But yeah, he's back on the field now as
it's a great defensive set so far.
As Caden just shows a bit of a show and go and gets through, but a brilliant touch there from Niue to stop him at his track. So
okay, here's an interesting fact for you, Ryan. The young kid at dummy half with the afro, I played with his father at the Roosters.
Wow, and that is, I'm not going to lie, if they don't have a flag waving, that afro will do just as much justice there, because that is an afro and a half.
Very impressive, isn't it?
It definitely is very impressive. Oh, and they're just unlucky there to set up a fifth and last.
So it's going toe-to-toe at the moment.
It really is.
Just feeling each other out, trying to get a bit of field position. I'd probably say with Niue taking the tap off that they probably had the better of the field position. Samoa haven't got down to the try line yet, so
no,
it's just a matter of... and Michael just kicking... Let's change balls, please. That's not the official Struddy's ball that's come onto the field there.
No, and obviously...
and if you score now, the try will be disallowed.
And with Struddy's being the major sponsor here, obviously, massive credit to them as well. Struddy's... Oh, and...
I think the ref should have penalised Niue for a bad pass then.
They really shouldn't. If they are giving out... so I just got caught up in what I was going to say to see what Niue is setting up here with Inga and Cyrus linking up, and Cyrus with the ball in hand, and that's a great play there from Cyrus, just coming back on the short side there and finding Patrick Lamb there to score the opening try. And like we have mentioned, and we'll keep mentioning, Gaz, that first try can be very important if this game does end up in a draw, which it can be, judging by the opening 5 minutes of this game. It has been fairly tight, so
Yep, and again, we said it just a moment ago that Samoa haven't really had any field position, so that's not really a surprise to me that Niue have jumped ahead 1-0. The Niue are very lucky to have a couple of legends of the game coaching them in Jason Sillymaker. Played against him when he was running with New Zealand. Here's a chance for Samoa. And also the great Remus Gentles, probably one of the most known names ever in touch football, along with the likes of Peter Walters, Dylan Hennessy and Drummy.
Definitely, Gaz, and I can speak on that and saying that he is, in the eyes of many, regarded as the best player, or some call it the GOAT, and I am one that shares that view, being as when I first started playing a bit of touch, I used to watch him play around the park, and I had never seen anyone that was more dynamic or lightning as Remus Gentle. So it's good to see that he can come back and pass on his knowledge and skills onto the younger generation in this Niue team and help them get to the next level.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's able to teach him a few little trick shots like the one we saw for that first try. And once again, Samoa turning the ball over, and you don't want to keep inviting Niue down to your try.
No, you definitely don't. And they've just been unlucky getting over their half. I don't think that besides tapping off after Niue scored, they haven't really had a fair crack at inside of Niue's half. So we'll see if giving these sniffs to Niue pays dividend for Niue, with Michael Rasmussen making a good touch there.
Here we go. What are they going to set up here? Looks like a rooster platform, but the rapper couldn't get round. Well read there from the Samoan.
And as the penalty goes off, and I tell you what, guys, I am just mesmerised by Cohen's afro. This number 10, his hair is one for the ages as he's running off. And they're getting Darnell.
Apparently he's only just started growing it again. So
yeah,
I think he
had a fresh shave last night, if I'm correct, by all rumours. So that's how quick it takes to grow back.
Imagine if he gets on the plane to the World Cup.
When Darnell just putting on a bit of fancy footwork there, seeing if he can sneak in between this Samoan defence. But Samoan are doing a good job here, keeping them out. They've had one repeat set so far. And they've just come up with an interception here. Jesse on the toe. And has he got enough toe to go?
I think he's home. Pin your ears back, son, and go all the way.
Look at him drive away, and that is Katoni Staggs, like the way he just drifted away from the chasers there.
And I just saw him say, "This is my home."
He definitely said that, but I think. Okay,
that's great defence there. So what they call this now, Ryan, is the link getting up in the channel. So he jumps in between the middle and the link player and forces them to bomb over the top. And unfortunately for Niue in this time, he threw it straight to Jesse, who went the distance. I didn't think he backed himself at first, but once he saw that try line.
I don't think he did at first, but yeah, no, it was good. Now, guys, very shortly we will be joined in commentary by Margaret, a very important fixture in this whole Samoan touch organisation. So it'd be good to get some words from her. We'll be joined up here very soon by her. So it'd be.
We'll just send out a shout up to her down in the crowd now to see.
Yeah,
if
I think I'm locking eyes. I'm locking eyes with her here now, Margaret. She thinks I'm trying to tell her something, but I'm actually signaling her to get up here so she can join us. And here she comes on her way up, making her way up.
Okay, so guys, while we wait for Margaret to come up, we'll just recap the scoreline with 6.5 minutes to go until halftime. It's Samoa 1 and Niue 1. And very, very important game in the context of this tournament. But we've got a player down there, late shot.
Definitely is. And we're joined up in commentary here with Margaret. Margaret, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, good. Now, you're also playing yourself in the women's. We were lucky enough to call one of your first games earlier on today. How is it out there?
Oh, it is hot. It is very, very hot. It's cool that it's, had a little bit of rain, so it's starting to cool down a little bit, but it's still very, very hot out there. Amazing talent, though, across the nations. It's awesome.
Okay, so Margaret, can we ask you, what role do you play in the Samoan touch community?
So I am one of the OGs or founders of Queensland Samoa Touch, who were endorsed by Samoa Touch back in 2014. I, alongside Michael Rasmussen and also Sally Tuiala with Whanga Mete Vita and Ray Rupena. So we started Queensland Samoa Touch.
Now, just speaking on that, Margaret, that's massive effort, hey, to get endorsed by Samoa Touch over there as well. Not many of the nations that here actually fully understand how much effort that takes into to, first of all, get the communications happening out there, but then also to sort of delegate the powers and responsibilities between the Samoan nation here, or the Samoan teams here, and the Samoa teams over there. So how much work they could say goes into something like that?
Oh, it's a full-time job.
Oh, here we go again.
Sorry, we'll get you to continue. And this is Jamal, and he is really showing you how to intercept and break away because there was no one chasing there. And I just got to quickly mention.
Oh, you'd missed the flick, Ryan. The flick back to halfway.
Was that a flick? Was that a flick? Just a quick mention for the Niue team. When Cohen turned to chase, that afro was looking very good. If you look on the replay here.
Let's watch the replay.
As Cole, I am mesmerised by this kid's afro. Look at Cohen's hair just going off.
It's like he's running with a parachute
It
behind
definitely
him.
is. I cannot say enough good things about this kid's afro.
Okay, sorry, Margaret. We'll get back to you. So we
it's about the touch. It's about the touch.
It actually is about the touch. But yeah, back to what you were saying about how much work it takes to get signed off from.
For any nation, it's a full-time job.
Okay, let's just watch this action for a second, see if Niue can bounce back here.
And they're lucky enough to get a penalty, to get another repeat set of 6. Now, you've got a great player in Oscar Snaff for the Samoan team. Now, he is very well experienced in touch football, but also in defence. And so he will be commanding the boys around in their defensive efforts here, trying to stop Niue from putting another score on the board.
It's quite sharp with a big long ball here. Let's see if he brings it out. Boom. They're getting in the channels really well, aren't they, Samoa? They've got 2 intercepts out of it so far, and they nearly got themselves a third there. But Niue do have themselves a repeat set.
No, definitely.
Backing them in here, Ryan, for a try? You think
I am. No, I am. I definitely am backing them in for a try.
He's been touched on the afro as he dived over there.
You know, you do get awarded for the amount of cracks that you take and the patience just going through your sets, and I think that's what Niue are doing, so I do back them in, and they'll be getting another penalty here.
He's got himself stuck in the ruck there,
yes, Caden just come up to make the touch and just got lost in the ruck there.
Okay, so we just had a bit of an injury in the Samoan team with someone being knocked out, so unfortunately
we've lost Margaret for the rest of the commentary.
To go. She's going down for the HIA assessment as we speak. We'll try and get
beautiful work there.
Great defence from the winger,
knocking
that
6
down.
to go.
But we will get Margaret back because that sounds like a very interesting story, and it's very important for everyone out there to know the struggles that the nations do go to get these events and these sides happening.
100%, Gaz.
And it takes good people with a lot of patience and time to have the vision to see it through. So we'll go back to the game here, Ryan. 2 minutes on the clock. Niue down 2-1, but with the ball on the try line.
Now, what's just happened here, Gaz, is they've given away their third penalty, and so Samoa's been forced to sit a player out on the sideline, and this is for 3 complete sets. So what that means is if there's a 6 to go, for 1 complete set. Yeah. And so what this means is they've got to now defend with 5 players.
Oh, and they've turned the ball over. So he's allowed to get back on.
So
I think they call it the freeze, Ryan. They freeze them on the sideline.
That makes sense. You know what doesn't freeze?
This air conditioning that we're in?
Yes, that definitely doesn't freeze. But Cohen's hair, Cohen's afro does not freeze. That waves around as much as this flag should be waving around for Niue. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I agree with you,
As
Ryan.
we're approaching the 1 minute mark, this is the actual first.
I'm a little worried about his neck if the wind picks up.
Very true. Now, what we just saw then was Samoa's actually second time that they've visited Niue's half by just rucking it out. So hopefully they make a few adjustments going into the half, just on how their go forward is.
Here's your boy now, making some inroads. Here's a chance.
What a ball. And that was just unlucky not to find its mark there. I think
35 seconds to go and they've put one down.
I think he was just unlucky not to grab that ball there. It was a perfect setup.
Oh.
And, that's brilliant. And with just under 30 seconds to go, let's see if Samoa can just
complete the set here, surely,
100%.
right?
And they'll be definitely making some adjustments in this half, Gaz, because as I said earlier, Samoa haven't really got a fair chance to have a decent cracks on their line.
Yes, here goes Rasmussen with one last play.
And that was a penalty, so it looks like Niue will have the last touch going into the end of this first half.
Will they have a shot here, Ryan, or will they just make the touch, you think?
Oh, I think they will just make the touch, but if Remus has anything to say about it, they'll
play ball.
Play ball.
Great half of footy, hey?
Great half of footy.
So, half time, Samoa 2-1 up, courtesy of 2 intercepts.
Yeah, that is, and it's for a team that hasn't had much attacking opportunity, they've done well to set their attack off great defense, getting in the channels and getting some 2 quick interceptions there to put them ahead.
I don't actually remember Samoa having too much ball on Niue's line that half, and they've got the likes of Jesse and a few other guys who are very sharp on the line. So we'll take a short break, Ryan, and we'll come back in the second half to see who gets the victory in this match.
And we're back, Gaz. As you can see there on your screen, if you are watching on this live stream here, you can see the GOAT Remus Gentles just laying down the law for his troops, and he is a very animated player, but he's also very animated in his instructions there, telling him, and you could just imagine that I'd love to be a fly just hovering around there just to see what he's saying.
It sounds like he's saying beat him to the bend, we call it. Beat him to the bend, get down low, get your quickie back, slide dive.
Now, with the Samoa team, guys, going in the second half, they do have so much strike across from 1 to 15. What would your advice be to them? Because you can have as many strike players as you want, but without getting to the opposition's line, you can't really use them. So what would be your advice to the Samoan team for this half?
I'd probably be pretty proud if I was the Samoan coach that they're up 2-1 with the limited ball they've had. But when you have limited ball, that means you haven't completed your set. So they have the tap off here. I'd expect them to get to the try line and try and complete their sets to give their star players cracks on the line.
Yeah,
that's
definitely. Just getting back to basics, hey, guys?
Yep, that's it.
And as we see,
to start off with.
Jesse running that ML play, hitting Mike short.
Good defence. Link probably needs to be a bit deeper, so he gives him the passive option then. Then it gives the ball player the short ball or the long one. Bombs away.
And that is a great pass, and just unlucky there to gather that in. So
on early.
Niue's just coming off their line now, and they've got a penalty on that first touch, so
it's going to help.
It definitely will. Now, do you think they'll be finding the box here, or just going straight coast to coast?
Well, they've only defended one set, so they probably can hang on there a little bit, but the modern game tells you that you got to go to the box now, doesn't it?
Yeah. How do you feel about that, Gaz? Back in your day, you stay until the job's done.
I think that you got to get off every now and again, but if you can't handle 2 sets in a row, there's something wrong with you, and it also enables you to get more minutes out of your better players.
Definitely,
Wow.
and there's Jesse just
he scored then,
popping over and finding
what a great finish.
Jamour. Now, Jamour is our previous try scorer with that interception, but it's good to see him get another try on the board with a perfectly executed play.
See the
there.
dummy half here, I think it's Aaron. He actually flew over from Samoa yesterday and spent the day with Michael helping us set up. So big effort from him to fly all the way over, and he's having a great game at the moment.
And that's number 9, Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, good little young kid. I had the pleasure of meeting him this morning. Yeah, no, that's a quite an amazing effort coming here from the motherland. Now we see Niue there. Oh wow, just keep that. That just catches Jamour napping there on that wing. Now that was into numbers, and yeah, unfortunately Jamour just took his eyes off the player there. And
well, great feet by from Inga. Fantastic.
Yes,
feet.
great footwork
Stood
there.
him up.
And just running into numbers and, just catching Jamour napping, unfortunately, there. And that's another
Jamour
try.
might have been celebrating his try still, maybe.
Well, Jamour's actually very quick, so he can get away with doing that because he can cover a lot of ground with the speed that he's got. Unfortunately, I think he's just fouled someone with probably just as much pace as him. So
this gave him a little bit too much room on the outside then, didn't he?
Definitely.
So great hit back from Niue, and we're back 3-2 Samoa.
One try in it, and we could see this game open up a bit more now.
We're going back to this ML platform for Jesse.
Now, in the number 11, we have Wes, who's actually based out in Sydney. Now, he's made the journey up to play. He's
a Hornsby boy.
He's a Hornsby boy. I know a couple of those Hornsby boys, and I have met him through them, and he is very, very sharp on his feet and also got some pace too. So I can't wait to see him sort of unlocked on that line there and see what he could do. Wes.
100%.
Shout out to the Hornsby boys.
Oh, they're everywhere up here.
100%.
Intercept again.
Oh, and Jamour.
Oh, wow.
He's off. And just like that.
Maybe Niue need to shorten up the passes, Ryan, and give the cutouts a miss. Maybe try and go more direct and start doing a bit more scooping than throwing cutouts.
Yeah, definitely.
That's 3 tries we've seen from intercepts.
And it was our man Cohen with the pass. Unfortunately there, but
the good news is our boy on the wing made up for his being in too tight just minutes ago. And is that his 2nd or 3rd, Ryan?
I think that's his 3rd, guys. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Jamour, he might be racking up quite a bit of a tally by the end of this tournament as they set up this sweep.
They're going to have to go short side here.
And he
still throwing them bombs, so they're not. They're still persisting with something that
I to be honest, guys, I love seeing that. Just taking those chances. It just makes for exciting footy. Because when it does pull off, you look like quite the hero if you can throw a 30, 40-metre pass that can land on its target.
Throws a loose pass there, but beautiful hands there. Samoa's going forward quite well.
Now, this is a lot better go forward from Samoa as they find halfway on their 4th touch.
Foot fault.
Unlucky there. I think that's Tommy.
Here we go out of half here.
And that's the man we were just talking about before.
Yes, he's got him for offside, and I agree with the ref then. He was loitering in the line.
Yeah, and that's that Wes that we were talking about before. And as we get closer to the line, it'd be good to see.
Is that Hattie's wearing coral or is it salmon, Ryan?
I don't know, but I think those Hornsby boys, they do have a style of their own. We've got one of the boys that I'm actually close with, old Nathan
Here's
Wong.
a chance. 2-on-1.
Oh yes, and as
boy Wes.
Yeah, Wes, and as we were speaking about it before, the style that he's got, led by one of the Hornsby boys, Nathan Wong, also known as Wongy. I bet you he's heavily influenced Wes into wearing that coral or salmon.
Do you think maybe Wongy has stolen it off his wife and lent it to his mate?
You know what? And it's just the circle of life, as they say, Gaz, because one person's taken it, and you'll probably realise that it's all originated with Wes.
Yeah. But anyway, that was great play, isolating the link there. And Samoa has raced to a 5-2 lead.
They definitely have.
Wow. And this is just the experience of Samoa. I think Niue have some very sharp young players, but they have been caught out a little bit experience-wise here.
Mm-hmm.
And Samoa are looking good, but number 11 again, very sharp. Great defence against from Samoa.
That is brilliant defence from Samoa.
Good ball. Good read from the winger.
And
so
that
again, great defence.
Gaz, speak on some of the way that touch has evolved over the many years. You see a lot of these players now, and the younger they are, with just the passing ability, whereas before it was more so not really reliant on the long pass, and more so on either fancy footwork or a lot of short passes and intricate plays. But now you see this long ball just being as utilised as anything else in the touch league. Can you speak on that?
I think back in the day there used to be, maybe one person per team that could throw a decent pill, and now it's everywhere. I guess with the defensive structures, I think it's originated from, when blokes like Remus brought in the quickie, you had to be tighter in the middle and double team guys like that from scoring, which meant that there was more gaps out wide, and so people started learning how to throw long, because that's where the space became available, because they were double teaming the short game. And our very own Struddy's ambassador Dylan Hennessy is probably one that's taken it to a whole new level, and
definitely
just a genius at
He's
it.
Probably the best that the game's ever seen, I'd say, in handling a footy. Now, just as you were explaining that, Gaz, and thank you for that insight there, I just noticed in the Niue box on the sideline there, we do see a flag flying.
So they are still in this game?
They are still in this game. Now, we have preached on how important the flag is for the team morale and getting the boys up, boys and girls. So it's good to see the flag in the Niue box here.
So they've caused a turnover here, 10 from halfway, 5-2 down, but with the flag in their box now, I'm going to think that I was going to say I could smell a try, Ryan, but let's not do any nose jokes.
It's me you can smell, Gaz. It's not the try. Let's be honest.
Let's hope that Niue can get one back to make this game exciting for the last 5 minutes.
Absolutely, as they're just...
Can we get someone out of half here? Can we have a scoop?
Oh, and cometh the man. Darnell Bennett scooting through, and he just cannot hold on to the ball there.
It's pretty good defence from our man, Aaron. No jet lag there from him.
I like what you did there, Gaz. That's good. As
another shout out to our friends at Jetstar.
Another shout out. And Jetstar, if you are listening, please
give us a call.
Refund me for the missing baggage. Thank you very much. Jetstar 2024 Pacifika sponsors.
On a serious note, Ryan, the tournament will be looking for major sponsors for next year's event. So if there is any corporate partners out there, don't be afraid to give us a call. And right on cue, your boy Wes with the coral hat,
and that
has
is just
opened him up with Jesse.
Brilliant play, and like we were saying earlier, just unlocking him near the line is just dangerous for any team to sort of deal with. And as you can see here, they go with that M2 platform, and he's just scooted up and beat his player on the outside. And then a late switch there from Jesse, I think that is. Jesse coming through and scoring that. And what I like seeing about that replay there is you see the Niue players sort of appreciating great play and sort of congratulating them on that try. That's what you love to see.
So the big name players for Samoa are stepping up, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely
Jesse,
are.
And, of course, your man Wes.
And it's all about adjustments. We were speaking on the Cook Island women's earlier.
Catch that. Try.
That is a try.
For our viewers at home that don't know, he was dummy half, but once it was touched by Samoa, it made him live again. And look at that flag, Ryan.
It's up in the air and it's flying. Now, as I was saying earlier, it is a game of adjustments, touch football. If it's a close game going into the half, the team that makes the best adjustments normally gets up, and we were speaking on the Cook Island women's team earlier of the adjustment they made between their first game and the second game, and we can evidently see that from Samoa men's here now playing with the adjustments that they've made over halftime. They've come out and...
Well, the second they got the tap off, they've dominated field position.
Absolutely, and they've got their key players into key positions on the field to sort of dominate. Right now we see Michael Rasmussen teaming up with Wes and Jesse there to...
Counties out.
To
Here,
see if they can produce some magic.
Counties. Oh, he's gone the other way, but he's got a bomb and a half on him, this kid. Oh,
and he's just lost his footing
slippery.
there. Oh, and the second effort. Oh, but we've got an on-field ref there saying over the mark.
What?
Oh, and that's just taken away the brilliance.
What is... Oh, okay, he's hooked him. He's hooked him in the
Oh,
run.
that was just brilliance by Sakurai here on the wing to sort of get his feet back to complete the try. But unfortunately, that over the mark just took away his side. So sorry there, Zachariah.
So 3 minutes to go. It's going to be tough to get 3 tries, Ryan, but there is still hope. They're going to need 1 from every set they have right here, the Niue boys.
You're 100% right. So urgency is key.
11-1 are the boys here. But that's great
just
defense.
Great defense there from no jet lag, Aaron.
Complete the set. Oh, that's
as
just...
we say that, that's the
Aaron.
pressure. And you can see Darnell just barking at his troops to get it down there. He understands the importance
that's
of...
the Jetstar food that affected him there. Okay, so here we go. Niue. I reckon they have to score in this set to give himself any chance.
Definitely, and you can see Darnell, they're just ordering the
Rasmussen will
troops.
stall here. I wouldn't be surprised if he's happy to give away a penalty just to stall him. Shut down. Bombs away. Great defence.
That is good defence there.
I think Darnell's got to play live, Ryan, and by that he needs to start doing the counties and plays where he gets it back off the ground and he can score. At the moment, he's dummy half, so the defence can hold off him. Here we go.
Oh, and they've
straight
cracked
through.
the line.
Or is he over the dead?
And
The referee's
that is
saying ball
brilliant
down.
work to get that ball down there, guys. He was half hanging out of the field, and I think that's Joel there that's just come away with that. Big fella can move, old Joel. He'd be happy with that try.
So 6-4 we have on the Struddies scoreboard right now.
With just a minute and a half to go. So this is...
Don't forget, Niue did score first.
They did. They did, so we keep harping on this.
So time's of essence here. So what Samoa need to do is just take their time and complete a set.
Oh, and we got a baby. We got a baby on the field there in the background there.
7 on there, sir. And they're playing it smart here. They're just watching the clock tick away here.
Yeah, and Samoa looked very relaxed. They know what they're doing. They know that they've got attacking powers wherever they can. Unfortunately, they just couldn't get that ball up. Now, Niue would be doing their best to get a bit of urgency through their play.
Have to score in this set.
They have to, and they've got to get in good field position to do so. So
I'm predicting a scoop on the 5th.
Oh, that's just not what you want to see.
When
That
you're
is
that
definitely
tall, you
not
don't
what
need
see.
the ball being thrown at your shins.
You definitely don't.
And I think that's the ball game.
It might be with 40 seconds to go in this game. Here's Oscar's taken up for the touch, and he might just...
No, nice play, smart play. He knows the clock is ticking, and he doesn't have to score. He just has to watch the clock run down.
And this has just been great work from Samoa. I mean, they started off slow, but they could still manage to stay ahead of Niue on the scoreboard.
Bombs away.
And that's brilliant. And there's the try that Zachariah was unfortunately disallowed earlier on, but he's made up for it by perfect hand signaling to the crowd.
There we have it, guys. 7-4 to Samoa. And the hooter goes in the background. I'm going to give my 3 points here to Wes.
Yeah, no, I
mean,
think...
with the game on the line, he probably came up with 3 to 4 try assists.
That proved the difference, hey?
And that's New South Wales Hornsby experience in the big games.
And I know everyone that is hearing from around that Hornsby area that understand what I did it, what I mean by this, and Wes did it FTA. Now that means for the area, Gaz.
For the area, yes.
Now for your old heads, you might not know what that means, but I guarantee everyone that's watching on behalf of Wes will understand exactly what that means.
Is it hashtag FTF?
I don't think anyone hashtags anymore, Gaz. But it can be.
I just started getting into the hashtags, actually.
Well, you don't stop, guys. Don't stop doing the hashtags. So at the end of that match there, we finished up with 7-4, Samoa coming on top, and it was just a great show of skill from both teams, actually. A great show of speed, and and patience too from the Samoan, just going through their processes and everything came together there. So
you'd have to think that Samoa is going to be right up there come showtime tomorrow, wouldn't you? They do have a number of experienced players that know how to play in big games and lead the team around the park.
Definitely, Gaz. Definitely, it'll be interesting to see as the days go, as the games progress and the adjustments that each team makes. So that'd be good.
The intercepts were the killer, weren't they, Ryan?
They
at the back end
definitely
of
were.
that game, 7-4 and 3 tries to Samoa through intercepts. That was the killer. But we're going to leave you viewers for a minute. We're going to have a break and we'll be back shortly with another great game.
Since 1975, Strates has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Strates is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Touch Cup. 30 seconds to play.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, that are watching on the live stream here today with our next feature of the day. We've got the Papua New Guinea women's versus the Cook Island women's, and this should be a cracker of a match. We saw PNG earlier today put on a stellar performance, as well as the Cook Island team. Cook Island, we've obviously mentioned before, making a few adjustments and coming through with a great result in their previous game. So it'd be interesting to see the matchups between the two star-studded teams. The one to look out for, obviously, we've got you got your Nathans and your Berrymans on the Cook Island team, and
the Holloway Samuels.
And the Holloway Samuels, of course, that are creating magic out there. Your Coco Masters as well. She's been pivotal for the Cook Island teams, but it'd be good to see the matchups between.
Oh, little ninja play early on there. Good defence there.
Very good defence. It'd be good to see the matchup between Shatali and Ange and Gemma, with the likes of them just going head to head there.
Good defence.
And that is great defence there from Tani.
Backing her speed, Ryan.
Yep. And so that's in these opening sort of exchanges, I'd like to think that it's a good start if you can hold out the team defensively. It sets up a good sort of platform going into the game and sort of getting your processes set up and getting a good running style early and coming forward. It really does set good momentum for the rest of the game.
And just complete your sets early, which the Cook Islands has done. The PNG girls have done there. They've got all the way to the other end, and that's probably your job early on.
100%, Gaz. And completing your sets doesn't necessarily mean a try has to be scored. It just means making it to the sixth touch, completing your set. So, and also making sure that you get down the other end of the field and you're sort of somewhat close to the opposition try line. So it's good to see that PNG did that. But Cook Island again,
here goes Coco
with Coco Masters, just absolutely brilliant, and she's been on fire this whole day. And again, showing there why she is one of the strike players on the Cook Island team, just sliding her way through the defence there, using her foot speed. A bit of a show and go to turn Chloe, who's defending on that PNG link side.
And then Eliza Kelly crushes over in the corner. The Cook Islands lead 1-0 after 2 minutes of play. They look like the team to beat, don't they, Ryan?
They definitely do. They definitely do, Gaz. So let's see what PNG can come up with in this reply here. They choose to go wide with their first touch. Now, Gaz, with games like this, as this being a 2-day comp, what do you normally look for in a day one? Are you looking for, like, you obviously want to win every single game, but what besides winning, what are one of the things? And as I mentioned, that Shatali's just through from half, trying to find an open player, and does she find one in time? I think that she might have, and that is Shatali teaming up with Gemma there, the two star players that I just mentioned earlier for PNG.
So the big guns, Coco Masters and Shatalia from opposition sides, have come out and bang, bang, put on a try each straight away.
100%. And, running into half is pretty hard, but actually getting open as a player, trying to find open, can be just as hard, because good defensive teams will stick onto you like what's a good idiom to use in this? It's stick on you like white on rice.
I'd go with glue, but...
Oh, yep. Like glue. Stick onto you like glue. Oh, I get you.
Stick to you like glue.
Stick to you like glue.
Or chewing gum on your boot.
Chewy on the boot. The old chewy on the boot.
It's hard to get off in the sun, isn't it? Okay, who are we looking for here? I'm looking for 14. She's got
Brianna
short
Nathan.
Open. Here she comes, 14.
Oh, I'm finding Brianna Nathan just one pass away and just unlucky to get that pass off. But that's
pretty good defence there from PNG.
That is good defence. But what had happened there was, I think PNG had sweated a bit of Brianna Nathan there, which allowed Dallas to sort of just take it upon herself to do the show and go and find a bit of space there. And what that can happen, hey guys.
Yeah, they overread the play a little bit.
Yeah, and that does happen when you have superstars on there and the other team are aware of your superstars. They tend to sweat them or put more pressure on there, so it does allow opportunity for another player to sort of step up. with Shitali ball in hand in the 5th and last, and they're just going to take it out to PNG side of the field to kill the ball there, making it a bit harder for the Cook Islands to find their way to the sub box.
And not a bad set from PNG. They've finished 10 out from the opposition line. And here come the Cook Islands again. Going a bit sideways here to get to the box.
Yeah, so as I was saying earlier, just about a history on number 8 for PNG, Anne Mooney. I just got a bit of fact checks about that. So she was actually an Olympic runner for PNG, running in the 400 and 2000 Sydney Olympics.
Wow.
Yeah, and she also ran in the World IAAF champs in Spain in 1999, and was at the World Uni Games in Beijing in 2001. And she's got a whole bunch of other accolades here with, a gold medal in the South Pacific Games in Guam in 1999. And she also managed the women's sevens team that played in Hong Kong. So when it comes to sports or anything that involves running, Anne is definitely not a stranger to it. And you could definitely see that rubbing off on her daughter, Shitali, number 7 for the PNG. With the amount of foot speed,
quite a resume she's got there, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully, we can get her up in the commentary box and just sort of talk through that, because that is, a bit of a remarkable resume there for Anne Mooney. As we see Cook Island there, just I think coming in a bit of trouble getting it close to PNG's line there, but the star player Coco there, she starts off from half, the same sort of player there before.
Everywhere, isn't she?
She definitely is, and she's the one to watch out here. She's very dangerous on her feet.
I think Nikita could have probably got the old catch pass away to the winger then, and they would have been in for another try.
Definitely, and we are fortunate enough to be joined once again in commentary by Michael Rasmussen. And now Michael's just coming off a game that was on Field 1 that we commentated off, and now, for everyone listening, we did have nice things to say about Michael, contrary to his belief. And as we're saying, that is a 6 to go. And Shitali crosses over with a brilliant play.
Wow.
On the inside, which pushes them up by 1.
2-1 to PNG. That shocked me, actually, Ryan.
It actually did. If you look at how the play, it started with Shitali, and then it finished it off with her. It's just her supporting on the inside with the pass that she started.
It did appear that Cook Island stopped there thinking the ball had hit the ground when it actually hadn't, and that allowed Shitalia to back up on the inside. So PNG 2-1. Michael, welcome back.
Thanks, guys, and thank you for letting me catch my breath. It's
yeah, look, you do definitely sound like you're a bit puffed. Mike,
miscomms there, I think. Miscomms.
Now, Mike, speak to how the playing conditions are out there. What are the feels like, and the sort of breeze that you're having to deal with and everything like that. All the things that we can't feel up here in the commentary box, sitting here in air conditioning that doesn't work.
Well, what do you want me to compare against, a Pacific Games or an NTL or a World Cup?
Oh, well, since you played in all of them, Mike, I'd like you to compare it to the most elite level of touch you played. So I'd probably say that is a Pacifica Games, which is what we're involved in right now.
Yeah. Oh, look, the field conditions are great. Mick Breen from Multisport's got these fields in nick conditions. No one was allowed to play on them 4 weeks out of this event.
What a man.
He is a dead set legend for this event, but mate, nice and cushiony out there. I haven't dived yet. I actually never dived, so I don't know how it feels on the ground.
Good players don't.
now that you're up here, I could say it was either your opening try or your second try when it was probably your opening try when Jesse Latuve
took. Chance, Ryan.
Oh, this could be
good recovery from the
very
Cook
good
Islands
recovery
defense.
from Cook Islands.
Boys, continue, Ryan.
No, I was saying before, Mike. When Jesse took the interception, it was actually for your first try. He took the interception there. It's probably the fastest I've ever seen you run in support to him.
I just had to shield him. I just had to shield him a bit because that middle was actually turned to chase, so he put me out of me misery there. So I had to just go and shield Jesse, make sure he could get all the way.
So a little bit of an escort.
Yeah, like that. Yeah. The refs let it go, but the refs didn't mind it.
Now, I haven't seen that pace from you in a hot second. I just want to know where that's been hiding.
3 kids, they keep you up at night. And
did you give birth to one of them, did you?
No, but I have noticed he used to order a medium and now he's getting a large.
Oh, good on him. Michael, I tell you what, if someone can pull off what you're doing this weekend, even with the scheduling that you have with the 3 kids, it'd be they'd be tough with themselves. So
Yeah, shout out to my sister looking after me kids. Easy
Shout out to
dad
the-
life.
shout out to the Rasmussen clan.
If you're listening now, please remember the after party is tomorrow night at Fitzy's Logan home, and my kids need to be babysat. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Anne-Marie through.
Ratu has split them like a watermelon.
Oh, what a ball.
And they are in.
What do you reckon about those ones when you go through, easy clear try, and you still lob it? I think you've got to try and run closer.
Yeah, but we were speaking about this earlier. Getting through behind the try line is actually hard, but being open to get space is actually quite harder to do. So it's it actually is just as hard to do it.
So Nikita Holloway-Samuels there for the Cook Islands, levelling the scores up 2 apiece with 4 minutes and 45 seconds left on the Strutties clock.
That's 4 minutes, and that's plenty of time for the master coach, Edith Nathan. We were giving her heavy raps before in their previous game, so let's see what she can come up with.
But the great Robert from PNG is going toe-to-toe with it.
You know what? And I can speak on Robert, the head coach for the PNG women's team. He's done a lot, especially working with the Gold Coast touch in the 30s and 40s during their NTL campaign. So he'd have a lot of knowledge there.
A lot of gold medals in his cupboard.
Definitely a lot of gold medals, and you know what? He shows me them every time I see him, which I'm not opposed to seeing. But
he actually looks like Mr. T when he wears them all at once, doesn't he?
Look, he looks like Mr. T, and then
they're going to open him up
here. Here we go.
It's too late.
Keep running. That's great recovery defense. That's great recovery defense from PNG.
You've got to let the ball do the work, Ryan.
What do you reckon's worse, not passing a 3-on-2 or dropping the ball near the line?
Dropping.
I won't speak on it because what I do reckon's even worse is offering a opinion on that when I probably couldn't make that pass myself.
Is worse a word?
I don't know.
Today it is in the Pacific language.
Today it is, and you know what? It is Pacifika, so no one can tell me that it's not a word because I could just say I was speaking pidgin then, guys.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Now,
Okay.
Ryan, let me interview you, Ryan. I don't think anyone's interviewed you today.
Please speak.
You've played at the highest level of touch. You've also represented PNG at a World Cup. What did you finish at the World Cup? You guys won the bronze, didn't you?
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. I like to put it as we received the bronze because you can't actually win for losing. So we received the bronze medal.
No, but you played in a bronze medal match.
Yeah, we did, and so we did finish ahead of Samoa that thing. So I believe you played for Samoa that year, Mike. So we actually finished ahead of you medaling.
We don't talk about the 2015 World Cup because it got cut short because of that rain.
Torrential rain.
We had to play Australia and New Zealand in a full match, and PNG only had to play them for 20 minutes.
Hey, listen, we can bicker and go back and forth, but I do have a medal in my cabinet.
And
that is a absolute
number 14, Brianna Nathan.
That is a
silky ball playing skills.
Hurler of a pass. If you look in the Strutties replay here, you'll see this ball here from Brianna as she just winds up and sets up, directs traffic, sees the hole open up, and just absolutely put this ball on a dime for Scarlett.
Or was she checking to see if she had a sore elbow?
Do you know what? If I could pass like that, I would do any celebration I could because that was an absolute pearler of a pass. Let's see what PNG can do here with the reply with just over 2 minutes left here.
I've been impressed with number 14.
Yeah, definitely.
Once the Cook Islands have decided to go with the 4-on-3 platform, I think she's the one that's really opened up teams in the last few games we've watched.
100%, guys. And that's key. If you have a player on your team that's, running hot, you want to go back there. You want to keep feeding them the ball, keep feeding them, keep putting them in the positions to attack because, why go away from something that's working? As we see Shatali here directing traffic as she's been involved in all their tries and just unlucky there to find the mark with that pass.
She had a little bit more time than she thought there to measure that. But the Cook Islands get away with one there with 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. I'll still get another crack here, PNG.
I'll tell you what, coming out of that men's game, getting to that box is key, but getting in there the right way is even more key than that.
Scoopy Doop again here.
Here goes Anne-Marie again.
In the final minutes of this half. And that's great defense there by Panina. Wilshere coming in to cover that that hole there.
Talia
That
can't
link.
sub off here. She needs to stay on and have one final scoop, Ryan.
We've got under 40 seconds left here on the clock here in this half, Gaz. What can PNG...
Are we looking for a Gemma or an Angela?
Here comes
to get
Gemma
out
now
of
with the
half?
ball. She wanted, yeah, very big following. Gemma on, you could call her an influencer to the PNG people, that's for sure. She's got a lot of people that followed her through her career. Played rugby. I think she was on the promo for the rugby union last week. So represented PNG at a few international stages, not only touch, but
definitely.
rugby union and rugby league.
Very skilled player. I think the PNG women are very fortunate to have her part of the team. As we hear the hooter in the background. Oh, and have they got that away? No, they haven't. So
there we have it, guys. The Cookies, just as we expected, take the lead in.
Oh, they're going to play the penalty.
Oh,
one touch. What would you do here, Gaz? Being a
chip ahead, definitely.
chip and chase, a little cheeky chip and chase.
I'd just do that. Make the touch. Go for the halftime orange, Ryan.
Yeah.
And while they go for the halftime oranges, we'll take a break here.
And that brings up the halftime here in game number 7 of the Australian Pacifica Touch Cup. And what a game it's been. Cook Islands lead PNG 3-2.
Here we go, guys. We're back for the second half of this women's clash between the Cook Islands and PNG. Cook Islands currently leads 3-2, and I'll welcome back the boys, Michael and Ryan. Michael, do you want to continue about the story of Ryan? He cut himself short, but he does deserve a rap. He has done a lot for his people and the PNG community. So let's just go back to asking Ryan a few questions, if you will.
And I'm glad you started right on the 15 mark because, like he just said off record, there's not enough time in the half to talk about all his medals he's got back home. So we'll ask the questions, Ryan, and when we say cut, you stop talking about that medal, we'll talk about something different. So did you want to start with your boxing career, or did you want to start with your touch career, or did you want to start when you represented PNG at the Q-Pick right here at Bill Norris Oval? About horror stories from that when you had to face the Samoan boys, or where do you want to start?
Yeah, look, speaking on that Q-Pick, again, going back to Mick on how brilliant of an event he puts on for the Pacificas. I remember playing the Samoans in a rugby league game, and I do not remember my body ever being that sore afterwards.
Oh, they run a block play. Sorry, Ryan.
No, you're right. And I just, I don't ever remember my body being that sore afterwards. So thank goodness that I play touch and not league.
Yeah. And we're so glad you do. We haven't seen
And cut. And next question, Michael.
Next question. Ryan, when was the last time you actually played touch? You've had 2, 3, 4 ACL snaps or injuries, or you keep telling us that. But
three in total on the same knee. It was actually, the last time I played was on this field.
That's right.
Yeah,
World Cup fundraiser.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a World Cup fundraiser. Just
And
a
it
casual
cost you
Sunday.
$5,000 at that World Cup fundraiser.
$5,000 and 4 years of rehab, but we're back, and no, I'm enjoying watching touch and just being able to do stuff like this, like coming out to commentate. And as we're speaking on that,
she's fallen.
Cook Island has just cut this defense apart, and
wait, they're going back to a touch and pass.
Okay, I feel there should be a penalty to Cook Islands there for the first infringement. No advantage was got, but the referees are doing a great job today, Ryan, and there's someone behind us, so let's always keep giving them credit.
That's right, because they do keep bringing over waters for us at the commentating box.
No, you know what? The refs are doing a great job today, and I think they do go a bit unnoticed sometimes. So just a special shout out to all the refs.
They're never unnoticed by me, right?
Yeah, out here battling the heat and doing it tough. But no, they definitely, we do have some high level refs. I think every single one of them are pretty high level, so we're pretty fortunate to be blessed with them.
Okay, here she goes. Oh, she's through.
She's got through. She's through.
Great hands there. You might want to keep it down with your reactions, boys, because I don't know what happened there, but I haven't heard you moan that hard before.
Well, it's got the scores back to 3-3, Ryan.
Before in my life.
If you can't get excited about that, you can never get excited.
She just squeezed through there, didn't she? Well done. And well done to control that ball. Now, Ryan, we'll go back to you again, because there's 12 minutes to go, and you've only done 3, so your lie off record was...
Can I ask you about the World Cup and what sort of experience that was, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, tell us that step, Ryan. What platform what did you have to go through to represent PNG at that World Cup back in 2015?
So for us, it was a bit different. One of the organisers, Angela, she's actually number 6 out here playing for the PNG women's team. Or just as I'm saying that,
where the line was there.
They definitely did, and you know that is a coach killer on a defensive effort there, just not realising where the line is and taking one too many steps backwards and just allowing Cook Island to sneak in there with an easy fourth try there.
Crashing over there.
Yeah.
And as I was saying, so Angela Wadago, number 6 here for PNG, she organised it and just hit me up. And at the time, I was playing our local metro modules, Friday nights over at Whites Hill, and yeah, she asked if I wanted to play, and it was myself and Nate Wood and a couple others, Brisbane-based PNG players, I guess. It went down, and yeah, we were lucky enough to get that opportunity, and then a bit fortunate with the rain and with the draw that went our way, and we got a few matches, and the scores didn't blow up into a few of the other games that blew up. Like when you played New Zealand, you played them, or played Australia, you played them in a full game, was it, Mike?
Yeah. But we'll go back to you. We don't want to talk about me on this in this podcast here today.
Hang on, down the side.
Before we say that, yeah, no, she's
But look, Ryan, take it back for the viewers one step for me. To play for PNG, did you have to go back to a nationals? Did you have to go back to PNG to make it, or did they select you from this?
Not for that World Cup, because at the time PNG were just finding their feet.
Wait, here we go. Cookies in the corner.
And they've just got another try there. Cook Island
double.
Just running the ball there. I think what happened there, they just caught the PNG women's just out on their feet there, so...
They went to sleep, I think.
Yeah. Great play there by Shazman Holloway-Samuels to pull out of the touch and find Eliza Kelly in the corner there.
Yeah. So, yeah, Ryan, so there was no event for you guys. You sort of got hand-selected from that.
Yeah, well, PNG touch, in PNG, were just finding their feet in the touch community, on the touch world.
Yeah.
And so they just put out the expression of interest, and yeah, I put my hand up and sort of got the ball rolling from there, and then we started going through the correct pathways of running an actual nationals down there and selecting a World Cup team and things like that. But I guess that's what the benefit of having a comp like this is that it is that
unlucky there by Gemma.
A comp like this is good because it does provide that bridge between Australian players and their Pacific nations.
Yeah.
Ryan, can I go back one step further?
How many steps back?
Not about yourself, but about PNG. So
Yep.
in '99, I was unfortunately dropped for the World Cup in the Australian mixed team.
Mm-hmm.
We won't go there because we don't have any more 8 minutes 50 to talk about that. But I remember I went and watched the games, and PNG Well, we've got a bit of a nasty incident there.
I thought she went for a headbutt there, like she went to headbutt the ball. Now, I never saw her on the soccer PNG list, but
that was a Falcon.
She's got up here. She's tough, and in the Pacific, you got to be.
Sorry, as you were saying, Gaz, with
So I went to the World Cup, and as I left one day, I saw the PNG team walking out.
Yep.
This is a true story. And I asked the guy, where are you going to? No one had organised. These poor guys were rooming in a hostel in the city.
Yeah, right.
And they had to jump on a bus, a public transport bus, to get back to this hostel. So no one had... No one had actually helped them. They were just making it up as they got to Australia and doing it on their own. And they had singlets to play in, but they didn't even have shorts.
Yeah,
so I remember that night going home, and I had a pair of, back then they were called Western Reds in the NRL. They were the same colours as PNG.
Yep.
So the next day I bought a pair back and gave them to one of the players. But I guess what I'm getting at is it's such a hard thing for these PNG guys to be able to get to the event, and maybe some of them don't get to experience the luxuries as countries like Australia and New Zealand.
100% right there, Gaz. And it just speaks to the love of the game. Like, as you were saying before, just having singlets, not having public transport, but they do it just for the opportunity and the love for the game and the love for the sport. And so they find themselves in a foreign country just because they love to do it. And so that's the first thing that you've got to find that love for it. And obviously in all these Pacifica countries, they have the love there. They just don't have the opportunity.
Yeah.
And so it's good to have a platform where they can provide that opportunity.
Hey, and shout out to the PNG players watching this. I know there was heaps of comments through the build-up for this event. They were keen to watch their teams play here. And if you didn't know, this PNG women's and men's are forming a mixed team to head back to the Nationals in Port Moresby in 2 weeks' time. So they'll compete in the PNG Nationals, where they'll use that as their World Cup selection and Pacific Games selection. So all the best to this the PNG teams heading back to their Nationals, and well done to PNG Touch. That story from Gaza there back in '99 to where they are at now. They've won, well, in my time, they've won the 2 gold medals at the men's Pacific Games. They won the bronze medal in the World Cup in 15. They were still top 4 or 5 in the World Cup in 19 in Malaysia. So it's working, but we continue to make that bridge between here and PNG,
100%.
so that we can see more players that, moved here when their parents migrated over here, but still get the opportunity to play at that level.
And that's what it's all about. It's all about the opportunity.
Oh, here we go, 2-on-1.
And speaking of opportunity, she had one, and that was just brilliant defence there by Panina to get there and shut that down. And she's made some good calls here, that winger for PNG, shutting down the play, like that one there. So as PNG, we are trailing them. We are trailing Cook Island on the scoreboard. So let's see if they can come up with something to even the scores as it approaches the 5 minutes. And
Gemma to drive there.
Here she goes out of half.
She's through.
What's that sound you did there, guys?
That was the road runner.
Yep. I thought you were just having one of your little episodes there.
But see what happened just then? That was actually the link leaving her position and reading that she was going through, and just came from nowhere to make a diving touch. So great work from the Cook Islands there.
Gaz, for people just learning the game that are listening, what are one of the things that you look out for when you want to scoot? Not from the line, but say if you're like 20 out and you are someone with a bit of pace, not the fastest where your pace can get you out of trouble, but for a bit of pace, what are some of the things that you look out for in a defensive line that gives you green light to sort of scoot and run from half?
Yeah, well, you're obviously looking at the defender's body position, and it also makes a big difference in which way the person dumping the ball splits. So you probably, if you've got the speed, you want to take them on the outside, so you want the middle that's dumping to split back to the onside middle, and then you've got them isolated one-on-one. That's the key. And not that I know, because I've never had any pace, but if I did, that's what I'd be looking for.
But it speaks to the smarts that you have, because without the pace, you have found the...
Wow, just got away with that one. Dive full length, and Nelly gave PNG 6 again, which would have been very costly. Lee Rosso making the big call then, and that's what we like from the referees, the big calls at the big times.
100%, and this is why the referees are the elite of the elite, is because they make those big calls at those big moments.
Down the side.
Oh, and they've just come back.
This could be the game right here.
Jetting away, and that is Talia there.
Talia Berryman.
Another Berryman just out there just showing some pace.
They're everywhere, aren't they, the Berrymans?
You know what, these Berrymans...
We're going to have to get them up here commentating soon, but we don't have enough seats up here or microphones.
The Cook Islands can make 2 teams, one with just Berrymans, and then one with
the leftovers.
The Masters.
Indeed. Well, who scored first here, Ryan, the Cook Islands?
No, PNG actually opened the scoring here, so...
I think Shatalia set up the second try.
Oh, maybe she did. Maybe that was just a bit of bias from me, trying to get PNG to sneak in with that first try score. So
you know, the guy with the scoreboard sits next to us. You could get him to up the 3 to 4.
Yeah, I might as well just go down and do that. I'm not hurting anyone by saying the PNG scored the first try.
So 2 minutes 45 left on the Strutties clock, and the Cook Islands are in a pretty good position at the moment. They've just got to defend the lead.
As we see Gemma and Ciara in the middle there. Gemma linking up with Loata in the link. Unfortunately, getting down to last touch with a static play. Let's see if they can create something. No.
Bit of a wasted opportunity there, Ryan, with only 2 minutes 20 on the clock.
Yeah, it was a bit of a wasted opportunity there, Gaz. There is still time, but finding a groove to get back down there and get close is another story. So let's see if they can put on a good full field defensive effort and then truck it down there again.
Coco Masters.
But when you've got someone like Coco Masters on the field, you just don't know, because she's just so sharp this whole tournament, especially today so far. She's been absolute lightning. As you see Camille going through.
Oh, there it is. That wraps
and
it
finding
up.
Scarlett. And, you know, again, I think PNG just sweating Coco there, or maybe...
We're going to let Michael go because he's on the next time slot. So, Michael, good luck, and we'll be very friendly towards you.
Mike,
thanks, mate. And I will be watching this live stream tonight.
Before we let you go, mate, anything that you want us to look out for, or anything that you want to predict, just so when we get out there, you've heard it here first. For the viewers at home, just create a bit of...
Can you tell us what move you're going to go to if you get the opportunity?
Actually.
If I get the opportunity? Look, I'll probably go to someone drive for me and I'm going to take off, because I'm going to try and show that pace I showed in that first game, shielding off Jesse so he could get down that field.
Well, can I just tell you something? You run this event, so if they're not dumping for you, don't let them back on.
Correct. And shout out to all the Samoans watching back home as well, back in Apia and Savai'i. I'm signing out. I'll try and get us the win for the country.
We better let you go, mate. Warm up with you.
Thanks, guys. That flag too. We need a flag on the sideline.
Yes, please, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, mate.
Let's get back to the girls with only 35 seconds to go.
35 seconds left. Shatali ball in hand as she whips one out to the wing, and unfortunately, fortunate for the Cook Islands, they've just come up with a brilliant defensive effort here.
Michael. 20 seconds. Okay, so the clock ticks down now, and Cook Islands, this is their 3rd victory of the day, and they are clearly looking like the team to beat in this tournament, Ryan.
Now, Gaz, just a bit of a teaser for the listeners at home. We do have a special guest. Now, we're not going to say who, but this is a special guest coming up for the next commentary to cap off our the games. To cap off the day. Now, this special guest, I'll say it now before he gets here, before I give him the raps to his face, but he's actually a very big mentor in my touch football. He taught me a lot, and he's taken me away on some campaigns that have helped me develop my touch football game. One of the smartest men in the game, but also one of the most, what do you call that? You know the saying, age is like fine wine?
Oh, yes, I do.
You know, people have used that saying for you guys.
He's getting better with age.
He's getting better with age, and it definitely does.
Some might call it maturing.
Some might call it maturing. And, so we've got this special guest. We won't say who, but tune in soon. We're just going to go on a little break at the end of this
We'll let the viewers watch the highlights from the previous game as we take a short break, and we'll be back for our final game of the day, the Men's Open.
Since 1975, Strates has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Strates is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union. Soccer.
Netball. Rugby league. AFL.
Cricket. Touch football.
Strates has you covered. Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
Go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe and here's where we're staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future so bright. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah. And I love the way I'm feeling right now.
And we're in for the last game of the day. We are 2 minutes till touch-off between Cook Islands and Samoa men. It is 2 minutes before touch-off.
Yeah, he just wants everything water. So it'll be unplugged SDIs and that, and then just straight up. Easy. Is this the season you kept it on all the time?
Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for our final game of the day. This one should be a showstopper. Samoa men's versus the Cook Islands. Both teams have had victories today, so this is all important on how the final scores end up. So, Ryan, we've got a special guest in here. You semi-mentioned him earlier, but Dave Marr from the Australian 30s team, from the Sharks Men's Open team, and also the captain of the New South Wales 30s team. Dave, welcome aboard.
Number 5 on the field, number 1 in our hearts, Dave. Pleasure to have you up in the commentary box with us. How are you, mate?
It's a pleasure to be here at the Pacifika Cup with you and Gaz there, Ryan. So, no, it's a great day, and I just came before to watch a bit of the women's, and it was a great game to watch the Cook Islands and the PNG girls go at it. So, excited to see the Cook Islands versus Samoa now.
Dave, you've probably played with a few of these guys that are about to take the field here on the Gold Coast and in other tournaments. Can you tell us 2 or 3 of the guys from the Samoan team to look out for, and then a couple from the Cook Island team as well?
The Samoan team, I've played a bit with Oscar Snaff, and then Tarsi Courts and Jesse Latouve. Played against Michael Rasmussen at the last Origin series, and we beat them 2-1. So. But it's good to see Ras back there playing after a few injuries, and he's leading the way for Samoa there. And Wes, coming up from Sydney, has been with Hornsby and Scorpions for a long time, so playing against Wes for a while. And
you didn't get here for the earlier game, Dave, but Wes put on 3 or 4 tries to get him home in a tightly fought battle with Niue.
And then for the Cook Islands team, played a lot against Put in Sydney, and then most of the other boys just are up and coming, so I haven't played a lot against the others, but looking forward to watching them run around this afternoon.
All right, guys, we're about to get this one underway with Samoa taking the tap. Now, Dave, as you haven't been here, just to let you know, if there is a draw, the first try scorer wins.
Always good to score off the tap then, isn't it?
Always.
You should think they'd have a special little play.
They've been running their ML platform just like this. Oh, Skabooby. Great read.
Wes
there.
just unable to find his winger there with that pass, excuse me. And it's just, ref has just called that forward there. So Cook Island will defend this opening set and ruck it out to try and find some field position.
Dave, you've been an ambassador with Struddies for a few years now, and Struddies have put on this tournament, and big supporters of trouble here. Oh, what a recovery from Samoa. Yeah, as I was saying, Struddies have been a big supporter of touch football, and you've been involved as one of the models for the latest catalogue we've done. So how are you finding Struddies since you've been an ambassador for them?
It's been fantastic. It's been really good actually. Like as well, they've done a lot for me with helping my touch career with you guys with getting some orders and what done on time and everything. Producing the gear's amazing. All the as we see them go on the attack with, I can't see who that is, but beautiful long ball, good read by the winger. But yeah, Struddies keep growing. Like obviously being a league brand from Ross and all that, and then involving themselves in touch and growing. They're one of the best suppliers and best brands going out there. So, and to run this event, it's such a great event for all the Pasifika nations. It's great to see so many people here watching and playing as well. So they're fantastic.
And what do you think of the uniforms out there on the field?
Oh, they're all brilliant. I guarantee they're all fit perfect and they're all happy with them. And I can just quickly oversee the old Jardy Nean with his Bunnings cap on running a great hole, but over on field 3 there. But no, the gear looks amazing. The field looks fantastic. The tents look awesome. So Struddies have done a fantastic job again, and probably the best gear in the business.
Thank you. And we'll get back here with On the Attack with our man, Put Berryman, trying to weave some magic here.
The definition of fine wine, and as you just said that, they
Just
would call that
one of the grapes. He just trod on one of the grapes.
They would call that the commentator's curse, Gary. As soon as we get, it does happen all the time. As soon as we give it a bit of a wrap.
I heard you guys mention before the referees when I was just downstairs listening to the women's game. And one of the young referees on this field, Levi, on the far side, got upgraded to a level 6 at NTL.
Wow, wow.
And we know that Gary's a level 7, the only ref ever to be a level 7, Gary.
Oh, wow.
So Levi asked me before...
Unofficially, David, unofficially.
Levi asked me off air before, how do I get to Gary's standard? And I just want to ask Gary, how did you get there?
Well, it's all about just constantly teaching the refs the rules during and after the games. Sometimes after the games goes longer than during the games. But yeah, just year and year after practice.
Gaz, I think that I thought that you would more so go for an answer like, well, you've got to have the ability to play the game and ref at the same time, which I have seen you do plenty of times in your.
Well, there's only 3 of them, Ryan, and there's 12 players on the field, so it's sometimes they miss things, and
you're
it's
sort of helping them out. Yeah, an extra pair of eyes wouldn't hurt anyone. As we see Cook Island here, and that is a great out ball.
Oh, he's missed him.
Wow, that's good honesty there.
Paddy.
That is good honesty there from Jamal. Because from where we're standing, it definitely looked like he had made that touch, but for him to show some good sportsmanship and say that he has missed it.
I think that's the best part about our sport, isn't it? Honesty. You got to believe that you either make a touch or you miss a touch, and honesty goes a long way in this sport. And we know that we don't like people calling phantoms in our sport because it's the wrong way to be. But fantastic there from Jamal to call the no touch, because it looked like from where we were it was a beautiful read.
Definitely.
And a big try there for the Cook Islands to get the first one.
And just playing off that third. With calls like that, guys, obviously if you are Samoa, if you were Cook Island, seeing someone lose control of the ball there in a touch, how would you normally rule that? Is that?
Oh, look, I think then I probably would have given the hard touch. You're saying that you would have given the ball down, and the ref didn't really know. So he said, how about we just play it again? And sometimes maybe you have to do that, because if you don't know the decision, it makes no sense making the wrong one.
Well, yeah, no, that's very well said, guys. As nice
play there.
Cook Island have just defended their set, and they've found a way to make a couple meters. And we've got the first 7 on call from this tournament here, Gaz, which is very good to see that the refs are onto the subbing.
Yeah, I think he must have seen a little bit of sneakiness there, Ryan, and they've stepped on one step too early. We do have a ref's assistant down there controlling that box. So anyway, they're doing a good job, the refs, as are the players. Bombs away, great passive ball, and they're in. That's great play. He's a dangerous player with the ball, Jesse. Very dangerous. And at the recent NTL in the mix, they came away as the champions, the Sharks mix. And let me tell you, his pod was on fire. Clutch play after clutch play.
100%. And his ability to get the ball out of his hand into his teammate's hand, and the speed in which he's able to do that is just everything in that play there. So that's good work from Jesse.
Well, he's got a great long ball and he's got good vision, so that keeps the winger guessing, and that gave him the option then of hitting the link, when giving the link time to release to the winger for a try.
As we see Cook Island now with their right of reply and seeing if they can create something in 6 touches here.
They like to do this out ball, don't they?
Definitely do, and they've caught that.
It looked a bit forward to me.
And that's a perfect setup, and they've actually scored their last try off that setup. And besides that forward pass, it looks like they were in again. So
well, it's actually for offside. So they've got the first infringement for being offside, and then they've the forward pass. But if you see the setup, they look like they're going to run a punish. He takes 2 steps and rips an out ball, and the middle that's helping out is closing too far over it. And I think the link's got to sort of try to step up here, because Victor Paul is just being smart with the ball here and just getting them where they want to get them.
There's Lucky Paul, his brother. So, Dave, in case you didn't know, Lucky's probably played for 5 or 6 years for the Alliance, and he's probably rated as one of the best players to play in WA. Plays for the Fremantle Rebels. And,
is he number 1?
Yeah, number 1.
That's why he's number 1.
Yes, correct.
As you can see,
bringing them up here. I think they're in trouble here. This far middle's going to get caught out here. Oh. Got away with that one, Samoa. I would have given a penalty for offside, but I'm only a level 7. What would I know?
Good work there from Samoa as well with that defensive effort. They had
and 7 on again.
Wow.
So it looks like they really are cracking down this on this subbing.
Yeah, it's
for
funny,
both
isn't
teams.
It? We've gone all tournament without one, and all of a sudden we've had 2 in the last couple of minutes. And we're 7 minutes to go before half time, and the scores are still even. So what a close contest this is.
Great way to finish off the day, guys. As we see Cook Island.
What do you think? And what would you be running here, Dave?
They're playing an eye defence. I'd give early ball to Link, like the number 12 Thomas Tarpu's a long way in at Link. I'd be giving an early ball to Link and just go on one-on-one. Same setup they've been using. I think it gets you. See, they're trying to isolate the Link to get the out ball. So that's 2 penalties. So if they give another one away here, they're down to 5. And
the freeze. We like to call it the freeze.
It could be for anything right now. Like they'll set up the same thing. It looks like an out ball. Jesse Latave should be able to strike. I haven't seen someone try to make a touch with their foot before there, Thomas. But anyway, Ryan, I heard earlier about 2015 for you. I was lucky enough in 2016 to play mixed Moolumbar Mavericks with you.
Yes.
At the New South Wales State Cup Grand Final, which we won 10-2, and ironically, we started the game at 10-2.
But the other team didn't sound
no,
like they started at the same time.
They started at 3:30. Eastern Suburbs team, a great mixed team over the years. Mate, my question to you is, you played in that team with some great players that played Origin, Australia, and also for South Queensland Sharks. What did you take away from that tournament, playing with all those great players?
Oh, honestly...
you did set up a couple of tries too, just by saying.
No, I think...
Try here, right on.
Wow, and that's just hit... They've just gone try for try with Cook Island scoring and Samoa just coming directly back with a try of their own. Samoa still trailing Cook Island by 1 try. No, it's actually... it actually is 2-all.
West of running a little punish play.
And that's our man Wes again, just finding the line.
It's definitely that salmon hat.
Yeah, definitely is. Sorry, Dave, to go back to your question. No, I definitely learned heaps. It was more so about defense than everything else. I think just communication, but also relaying information to your teammates. I saw the way you did it to us, and it was that little thing of, because I didn't really understand fully the game, and you just have this way of breaking it down, and I think that skill is one thing that I picked up heavily.
Good read, Michael Rasmussen. Great defensive read.
Got him.
Give it, Bus. Out. Numbers. Oh. Not in his house, he's saying.
Not in his house.
Is that what Tony Stagg said last night? This is my house. But yeah, back to your, because you played with, that year there was myself, Tom, Tristan, Lovey, Lewis. I think one of my biggest, Nathan Jones, as Gaz said, probably one of the best players I've ever played with, alongside Gary, the Rocket Sonder. Jonesy actually scooped from the own 5, if you remember.
I do remember, and I remember just chasing him, not as support, just to yell out some, and they go back to the well again, and they find it's definitely the same setup.
But it is hard to stop if you're doing the same setup with a different finish.
And just a sidetrack of what we're talking about, Dave, that on the first time they ran that was beautifully read by Mike Rasmussen, and a lot of the times when you're defending, you think that because you've read it once and stopped it, the attack won't go back to that. And they've just gone back to the well again.
But did you see what the attack did? So if you watch the attack, they've tried to run it on Michael the first time. So then they went to the other side of the field and said, we're going to go back to the same guy that's been overreading twice. And then it's again, he's overread again. So it went from the right side. Then they thought, you know what, it didn't work. We'll attack from the left side. And then it worked. So
that's just great on-field adjustments there, identifying where they can have more success and then adjusting accordingly.
It's great from the Paul brothers.
Massive. That is very good. And they have just returned. Jesse has just returned with a long ball of his own. And what a pearler that was. If you look at this play that they run here.
He dummies. It's a similar setup. He dummies the punish, but instead of ripping an out ball, he scoops. So, look, dummy, gets to the 4-on-3. Beautiful long ball. And Zachariah, great finish. I want to ask you guys a question. The flick back, are you a fan of it or are you not a fan of it?
As someone that went through touch that hardly scored any tries, I'd like the opportunity to flick back. But someone that watches it, I think that if you score, do what you like. Flick back to a back flip. do whatever you like. I'm not really a person that like looks down on that flick pass.
That is great play. And we saw that in the first game.
In the first game, off the tap off, and it was that.
I got to say something.
That ML transition into that sweeper directly, which just catches that touch maker just on his toes, because the touch comes back on the inside for the one that makes the touch play.
Some would say that the dumper ran a good block play. I'd say he ran a great block play, not a good block play.
It's not really about the defence making errors here. It's actually quality attack.
It definitely is. And as this as we get into the
here's the big guns. Feed him. Got him.
Oh, and he's got him.
Never onside. All clear.
That's an assist to your man, Michael Rasmussen.
It definitely is, but
we told him to scoop.
You can't go away from Jesse this whole game. He has just been pivotal in Samoa's attack. He's been involved in everything. And I think all 4 tries have come off Jesse, whether he's scoring or setting it up himself. So brilliant work from Jesse. He's just absolutely playing out of his skin this game.
The link could have pulled his corner a lot harder there, Dave. He was always going to be under the pump once they did that dump.
And back to the flick pass. I know Gary's never done one, but Gary's known for the double hand over the back of the head.
No, between the legs.
That's the pass in the Mets grand final. This is when you score over the back of the head, and then you actually, instead of running the sub box, you just run straight off the side of the field.
And then you walk, and then the crowd can either cheer you or boo you on the way back. But either way, you're getting your breath back, right? Here we go. 46 seconds on the clock. They've gone a slightly different play, and they haven't manned up.
Oh, and he's just dropped the sitter, which would have taken them into the lead going into this half. So let's see if Samoa can put something together with 30 seconds left, truck it up, and get a cheeky try in before this half, which will be a good momentum setter going into the second half.
I don't know if that was a sitter, but it was definitely a big bombed opportunity there. The pass maybe was a little high and hard.
Little high, but
the clock's gone off.
Away. And he goes Michael on that treadmill we're talking about, and Thomas. Oh, and he gives it, and this is great work from the Cook Island. Can they regather? Michael finished the try. As they play some footy here. Oh, and he's just got the try just in time.
I think
that's not what we instructed him to do, but it was pretty good nonetheless.
It was great until he ran back to the defenders. There was no one on the right-hand side of the field, so I don't know why he went back to the defenders, but we'll ask him afterwards why he went back that way.
That's where McDonald's
Oh, okay.
All right, guys.
Watch the replay. Watch this.
Half.
He looked good at 10, and then whoosh, treadmill speed gone.
One-handed pass.
Thomas puts it. Oh, no, not going to get there.
Late switch there, Dave. Late switch.
Great hands, great step. Look, there's 3 defenders here. Watch this. I'm going to run back this way. Oh, there's no one else out there.
And that was also brilliant effort there from the number 8, Taina, I believe is the pronunciation of his name.
Taina Tawadei. It's a fantastic effort.
It's an awesome effort there. That's exactly the type of momentum boost you want from a teammate going into the half.
And if I had a flag, I would be waving it right now. Speaking of flags, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back for the last half of the day in this cracking match where Cook Islands on 4 are equal with the might of Samoa. Rightio, guys, we're back. 15 minutes of football left, and this 15 minutes could decide who goes to the showcase event tomorrow afternoon. So, guys, can I get a prediction from here, starting with you, Ryan?
Gaz, I think that Samoa will end up on top here. I think that it will be close, but I think that Samoa will just do enough to get the win.
Okay, and Dave, what are your thoughts for this second half?
I think one team will score more tries than the other, but more than likely, I think the Cook Islands have got a very good game plan, but just depending on how Samoa will defend this first tap-off. Same setup. Oh, but honestly, I'm really impressed with the Cook Islands team. They're sticking to what works for them in this game, and if they stick to that for the next 15 minutes, I see them running away with the victory by 1.
By 1. There you go.
Could be 2.
There's a chance. There's a strike that you're after, Dave, from the link. Now, can we just note who scored first?
Cook Islands.
Righto. That could come into play with such
PNG
a PNG
scored first, always and every time.
Oh, the winger.
Oh, dive pop. Jamie Stowe-like.
The winger's out there having a field day. Just no one's marking him. But Gary, obviously you've played more World Cups than anyone that I know in touch football. How many times have you played these Pacific nations? And from your experience, I know in the 2015 World Cup you played the Cook Islands boys. Put was actually playing number 3 against you then.
Yep. So I couldn't tell you from way back in the day.
1970s when you started, or?
But I do remember clearly that we did play the Cook Islands in the final in 2015 at Coffs Harbour. So that's a great effort from the Cook Islands to make it. They had some dangerous players, and right on cue.
Brilliant footwork there.
Yeah, so they have managed to get a couple of teams together. And we had a lady called Jojo Terry up here before, Dave, and she's the wife of Terry Joe. And the amount of time that those guys are putting into the Cook Islands at the moment is incredible. And I think that we'll see the Cook Islands come along. If not, you know, they'll be there at next year's World Cup, but obviously the costing to go over there is going to be quite hard for them. But maybe if something in the years after comes a little bit closer to home, I'm predicting that the Cook Islands will be a force in the future. And as we speak, Samoa go in as well.
Wow, and at Offa County setup as well. You see Thomas Tapu there sliding through.
Being a defensive player, Ryan, you've sort of told us that a fair bit. You were never the greatest attacker because you never scored tries. Being a defensive player there, what in your situation would you force him to try to pass? Because they're all pretty good divers and great feet. Would you try to force them to pass, or what would you try to man on a bit like they did there? What would you do? What would you be saying down there as coach? If you're Terry, what would you be saying to the boys there? How to fix it?
I think I'd be relying on the team to adjust through the. I'd be trying to force him to pass. I'd be getting my links in a good position to get in a passing channel to make it harder for that pass, and hopefully in that creating a lollipop or a bit of a wonky pass or a loopy pass, and then having the defensive line readjust from there and scramble. But I definitely wouldn't be trying to man on, especially when they are live, when they do have the opportunity to score, like off a county setup where I'm relying on my defensive effort one-on-one to stop him, and here he goes again.
No, they've blown the whistle back for 7 on again.
They're getting that wrong, aren't they, Samoa? And it could come back to bite them. Definitely. Just on that, where you said, what would you get them to do, Dave? I would have said also, if it seemed to be pretty early in the tackle count. When it's early in the tackle count, people are going to go for the low-risk play, which is the dive, as opposed to throwing the bomb. So maybe the shutdown on early touches is definitely the way to go there.
Yeah, but I'd definitely be exactly what you're saying as well, Gaz. But I'd definitely be advising my team, to get in good post-touch position,
pre-touch
position. Sorry, then
getting better post-touch position,
and then getting better post-touch position. There we go.
All right, here we go. The ML platform with a
winger.
Release.
That's a good pass. It's a good try. That's twice they've run a short side ML play, and the winger and the link have come in, and it's really good vision there to run the ML and then look to score on the short. So as we see here, great ML setup, goes short, see the links nice and tight, wingers in.
But Dave, that all comes back from the 7 on, doesn't it? So
yeah.
Samoa went from being on the attack, breaking through the line, to all of a sudden being penalised for 7 on and inviting the Cook Islands down to their try line.
It's very good vision there from Aiden Masters to go short side. So hopefully we can get a stop here from the Cook Island. The boys have stayed on. So with Jesse Latave, he's looking for the quickie play, I will presume.
Yeah, he has been the man of the hour for the Samoans. And so let's see if he can.
Phase here. I went to flick it.
Oh, and he's through again.
It's got to be.
And he's just thrown that flick pass there. Do you reckon that was hope, or do you think with someone like Jesse?
He was watching where it was going.
I think he tried to flick it out the other way to start with to the winger, but held it, and they get the penalty for offside. But
and you love to see that, don't you? Just a bit of creativity with some of these players.
Sweeping here. Oh. Now, I'm a bit surprised here that they haven't sent Wes on for this set of 6 with Michael and Jesse. Down by 1.
Same sweeper play, but with Jesse, he'll step back. I thought he missed him.
And that's good defence there from Cook Islands.
But
number 4 just getting up, Maxwell Masters.
Feed the wrap. No need to, he says.
So
Jesse, ball on a string, and with that iconic flick back to halfway, Dave, that you're talking about after the try. Dave, I never got your opinion on the flick back. As someone who has scored a lot of tries during your touch football career, how do you feel about the flick pass? Is it necessary? Is it wanted? What do you feel about it?
Well, I think it's if you've stepped 3, people like Drum used to do back in the day, or someone
Still
like that
does.
still does now. I think it's all part and parcel. I'm not a fan of the slam dunk, for one. Not a slam.
What is the slam dunk?
Oh,
for
that's
those that
instead
are-
of just pushing the ball forward, placing on the line, they tried to windmill it like the NBA. But not a big fan of that. I think that's you can get touched while you're trying to slam dunk. But the flick pass is, they have a comp sometimes on how far you can flick pass. I'd like to see that come back. Actually, I'm a big fan of it. But yeah, it's all a bit of fun.
Older brigade here.
Oh, it's a penalty.
I think number 9's foot has gotten involved. Mr.
Dave,
Aaron.
what they don't realise with the flick pass, when they flick it to halfway, the camera follows the ball. Where if you do the old school up in the air, the camera is still on you. That's just something for those guys to think about. Put trying to use his experience here. Who's backing him in here, Dave? You're backing him in for a try with Put and Terry Joe on the field together here.
Yeah, they're just sort of probably whispering a little ninja play or something here. Little bounce out at link. I won't be surprised, but they've played a lot of touch, though. They're probably just trying to isolate one defender here, Put and Terry, but we'll see what happens here.
It's good to see them work it together in the middle of the field and see what they can create.
Here goes Kingston Day with a rooster. Will he feed him? I would have fed the speed there. Oh, wow.
It's 2 penalties as well.
That's why he obviously went himself, Dave. He must have heard the referee.
But I scored a lot of those tries back in the early 2000s, Ryan. Not these days. I'm just a strictly defender. So I might flick it back for the other team when they score.
Yeah, fair enough.
Punish play.
As Cook Island go with the
up. Ooh.
He's happy. He's happy with the ball down there.
He's happy with that, and he is going to award it.
That was poor defence from the link there. Always just protect your short side, right?
We wrapped Wes to forward before, and I think he's gone back. He's made the touch about 8 out. Just pulled a little bit square at the end. That's a fantastic call. I think the ball is down first, but he just pulled a little bit straight towards the end, where if he just protected a bit more, it's harder. It's a harder try to score.
Great try there from number 5, Viva.
Yep.
So the Cook Islands 7-6 up, 5 minutes 50.
And Samoa have their magic
50 on the
man,
clock.
Jesse, on the field at the moment. They've got Oscar there as well, who's a bit of an old head when it comes to...
Okay,
he's very young, but a bit of an
play
old head.
ML passive. Oh, no, they're going wrong spot. At the passive. Sort of, kind of.
Great read there.
And I think
from
Jesse's
Roman.
just gone down and hurt himself in the background there, in the back play. The cameras probably won't be able to pick it up because they're following the ball at the moment. But Jesse's actually, he's gripping at his ankle. So it looks like he might have, because he fell over trying to pass that,
Let's hope
pass
that
out
it's
to
just
Michael.
a
So let's
stinger rather than off the bone, Dave.
Yeah, we don't want off the bone. He's had, as Gaz said before, he had a fantastic NTL. He took home player of the final. His pod with Darnell Tuffy and Ashton Robertson Bartlett was one of the main reasons why they won that mixed grand final.
No.
And
wow.
Jesse, in the last I would say the last 5 or 6 years that I've been playing with him and been around him, his game's gone to another level as he's got older. As you get older, you mature and you understand the game a lot more to when you're a kid. And he thinks he's found things that work for him. They run a punish play for Thomas Tapu. Good strike there from the winger. Devan.
Samoa's got to hope that Jesse's back for at least tomorrow if he can't get back for this game.
That is a great
Rasmussen.
intercept and a great read
How's
there.
his speed going?
And that was a great channel there by Anthony Tinney to get up in that passing channel, something that you're very good at, actually, Dave. Can you speak on that? Because in Samoa's last game, they did have 4 tries there by an interception, and there was maybe 1 or 2 by the winger, but there was at least 2 by their links getting up in a channel. What is the key? Oh, he's almost snuck through there. What is the key with a good channel, with as a link defender getting up in a good channel? What is the key, or one of the keys?
YouTube's a good channel. We're on now. No, in all seriousness, you just got to get good pre-touch. So once you see the ball go out away from your side to the and you become the open side, you just work really hard to hit the line, get 2 steps, 3 steps off, hold your body square. If they look to hit the link and you can take the ball, take it. If it's gone over your head, you obviously peel out and help the winger. But the whole point of the channel is to stop the ball getting to the link to help the winger release. And also your middle needs to do a fantastic job of getting off the line. If your middle holds back, a lot of people know Midda Graham from New Zealand. Midda's got one of the best pump behind the back passes I've seen.
Yeah.
And then now these days everyone's doing the old sinker pass over the top. And that comes from also the middle sitting back in the lane. So once you get in the lane, you don't want to always take the intercept. You just want to make sure if it's in your hands, you run and go.
Definitely.
But yeah, it's something. One of the best players I've seen is Justin Costello from Sydney. He's one of the best. He's got hands the size of basketballs. But he's one of the best lane defenders I've seen, and learn a bit off him at New South Wales camps and things like that. But it all just comes down to positioning, getting off the line, being square, and if it's there to take. If not, peel out and help the winger. Because the winger's job is a lot easier if you get into the lane. Put from dummy half link. So even there, Jesse gets up. So
which allows, I see.
So Jesse's back on. That ankle's a little bit better.
A little bit of magic water in the sub box over there, Gaz. They've got a little bit of magic water.
So 2 minutes and 5 seconds left on the clock, and Samoa's going to need to score twice.
I think if you can see here on the live stream on field, they're shaking hands on the far field, but it's not the time.
So we've still got a minute 50. They're going to have to come up with 2 tries here.
See if Samoa can provide a bit of brilliance here. They've got the man of the hour. He looks like he's fighting through the pain of that ankle injury. Hopefully it was just a stinger, and he's back on running his favourite ML play, and he's got there.
And now he's got a sore stomach.
Cometh the hour, cometh the man, Gaz. And just like that, Jesse just responds.
Okay, so a minute 20 left on the clock. Scores are level, but Cook Islands have scored first.
By the looks of things, Jesse has held up his form coming through from NTLs, coming into this comp, because the score is 7-all, and I'd honestly think that Jesse's been involved in all of Samoa's 7 tries. So I think that, that form has definitely carried on from the NTL's campaign.
He's kept it pretty simple on what works for him, right? So that's the same thing as I said on Wes on the punish down there. They're just not protecting short side, so they're just getting beaten by the dive. But if he takes another step to the short side, probably Jesse doesn't score 4 of these tries he scored today.
So here we go. One more shot for the Cookies.
Oh,
don't worry about the winger who's unmarked.
Oh, that's great defense there from
Maybe
Ethan.
they're just chewing the clock here, knowing that they lead. No intercepts.
Oh, and Oscar
here we
getting
go.
up.
20 seconds. He knows the clock's running. Flicks it away. Penalty there, ref.
And now Samoa do need to get one up, or
I think they're in trouble here.
They
Ryan.
will be in trouble because Cook Island has been the first try scorer of this match. They do take the win if it does end up in a draw.
Last play of the day. Someone scoop. And there it is, the siren in the background. So this is it. Play on. Oh, it bounced there, surely.
No, it bounced.
And that is
given a penalty there for a late touch. So all Cook Islands need to do here is just get touch, and 7-all is as good as a victory for them. And that could play a big part in tomorrow's standings.
I think it definitely will play a big part, guys. Because, there's only top 2 that are going through. So
it'll be PNG versus Samoa tomorrow to see who gets that second slot potentially. Well, there we have it, guys. Great game. Thanks for a wonderful day. Thanks, Ryan, for sitting beside me today, mate.
Thank you, guys. Absolute pleasure. Thank you, Dave, for joining us for this last game here today. What a day it was, Gaz. Beautiful event and well run as well. It's a beautiful day out for a bit of touch football. We're back, obviously, tomorrow.
We hope that all the listeners from today can come back tomorrow. Tell your friends about it. Tell anyone that wants to watch some great touch and see these Pacific nations grow.
And I hear the influencers say this online quite a bit. Like, subscribe, and share. And click the bell notifications for daily updates on this vlog.
You know that really well.
Hey?
You're an influencer. You influence me to be a better person.
Dave, now you're going to need some money off me.
So thanks, guys. We really appreciate you being with us, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you.
We will be back here again tomorrow for more round matches and the grand final. So make sure you get yourself back there in the field. Norris open in Big League. Or worst case scenario, if you can't be here in person, don't forget these games are all being live streamed on Strutties TV. Jump onto YouTube and look for Strutties TV with all games on Field 1 being live streamed live tomorrow.
Since 1975, Strutties has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Strutties is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Soccer.
Netball. Rugby league. AFL.
Cricket.
Touch football.
Strutties has you covered. Gear developed by the player.
For the player.